welcome everybody to episode 187 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast that is known as Lookout Sir. My name's Dan. It's a pleasure to meet you, although we're not really meeting, but you at least have the privilege of listening to me say these words into a microphone and thus find their ways into your ear holes. Much like my friend Phil. He loves an ear hole, don't you, Phil?
Yes, available for fingers and tongues.
Blimey, that got extreme.
It's a great little thing, that's for sure. Apologies, I'm a little bit ill, a bit under the weather. I'll try not to cough into the microphone too much throughout this episode, but, one might have snuck in there once or twice.
I'm sure you did an excellent job, Phil. I barely noticed your sickly nature.
I'm holding it together quite well.
I was clearly transfixed. By what exactly?
What we're talking about today, the transfixing kiss into your earhole from the Genestealer cult, which is the Codex review that we've finally gotten around to. Apologies, it's taken a little while, but there's been much more fun stuff to talk about. But we've got there, and it's a good long chat as well. We talk about that. We talk about the SKAVEN reveals from the latest sort of mini show that they've done. And then we have a good old ramble in the outro where we talk about the current status of 40k and Games Workshop in general and, how people might be feeling about it and other stuff as well. We talk about lots of stuff. Even talk about the Blood Angel reveals, do a little catch up in the outro there as well. So lots to talk about.
Indeed. Topics such as the 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh,
What have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now is time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
Phil, on this occasion, the 5-star review has been selected from which country and which platform?
Apple Podcasts of America.
I so believed you were going to get it. You are, in fact, wrong, Philip. It's
Am
Apple...
I the wrongest of the wrong?
No, you're not the wrongest of the wrong. It's the other of the reoccurring features, Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. We do well, Phil, in the Britons.
I mean, it's our home territory, so I'd hope so.
Me too. Our home turf, defended with vigour, valour, and various other V's. Yes.
Vegetables.
England / the rest of it, i.e. the Britons. Shouldn't really say the rest of it. It's a bit sort of dismissive, really. In many respects, I feel like the other parts of it are better than England, but then even that's a terribly controversial.
They would think that, wouldn't they?
They would do. Those scoundrels. Ooh. Anyway, yes, this one comes from Apple Podcasts of Great Britain, and it is submitted by Lard on a Bottle Cap via, as I say, Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. And it reads, yes, 5 stars, which, Phil, I'm sure you're not forgotten, is a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And obviously, thank you to Lard on a Bottle Cap for giving us this 5-star review. And if you would like to be like Lard on a Bottle Cap and leave us a 5-star review of your very own, you could appear here in the 5-star review segment. What a time to be alive. But it's not just that we can offer you, dear listener. Oh, no. You can also do what, Phil?
Oh, it's going to be me again. Well, you can buy our lovely merch. We've got merch, Dan, that is never changing and is always the same thing week on, week out. But it does have the words Lookout Sir on it. What more do you need to, the hometown supporters. Come on, fans. That's what you need to be wearing with pride whenever you go to the, proverbial Warhammer football match. You need to show off your team, your colours, as they say. So that's how you can do that. We have obviously Patreon, where you can back us, which funds our purchases of codexes, like the one we have reviewed today. So thank you very much to our Patreon supporters. Thank them, Dan. Thank them.
I will, and I do. Thank you so much, Patreon supporters, for all of your help. And if you'd like to be a Patreon supporter as well, again, we obviously encourage you to do so, but don't expect it. At the end of the day, you listening is support enough. But if you are able to chuck us a couple of quid, we obviously really appreciate it. And it does massively help us be able to continue bringing you this podcast, which has been given, Phil, a 5-star review by Lard on a Bottle Cap, as I've already said. And it reads, yes, 5 stars, 2 British people talking about Warhammer. Got to love it. Short, succinct, and to the point. You got to love that, if nothing else. Thank you so much, Lard on a Bottle Cap, for your support. Thank you for giving us a short, succinct, but, heartfelt review. It really means a lot to us that, you took the time out of your day to support us and to show the love. And in return, we will expand on that by having Phil wax lyrical about what a wonderful human being we presume you might be.
Well, thank you, Lard, on a bottle cap, not on any tin can or anything like that. No, an actual bottle cap. Well done. Well, thank you for your short, succinct review. Yes, it is just 2 of us. Obviously, if you wanted to hear 3 of us, you could go back in time to our very first episode, up to maybe the 70 mark. I can't remember when he left. But we used to have Joe, the 3rd member, and obviously the worst member because he left us. But obviously, yes, it's now just for 2 of us. So I'm glad you like that. I'm glad you like the format. It works. See, we've proven Joe wrong and the world out there who thought we needed it to be a 3-man show. That 2 is enough, especially the way we ramble on.
Absolutely. I think, the loss of Joe was only really to our benefit than to our detriment. Damn him. Curse his eyes.
Yes.
Indeed. Love you, Joe. No hard feelings. Thanks very much, everyone. It's always a pleasure. We hope you enjoyed the show. Transitional noise. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to this part of the podcast where Phil is ill. He may have been ill in the outro. I don't know. We haven't recorded that yet, but he's definitely ill now. How are you feeling, buddy? You all right?
Yeah, a touch under the weather, a little bit of a little froggly, tickly throat, a little bit of a cough, a little bit of a snivel. But, I'll try and mute myself when I'm, hacking it up, so to speak.
Well, you will do a better job than I did in the last episode, and for my illness was poorly masked by my lack of professionalism.
I know, it's terrible.
It is an awful thing. I imagine, Phil, that this is some kind of genetically engineered, bio-contagion. The work, most likely, Phil, of the Genestealer cults, I would assert.
Oh, what a segue.
Hey, there you go. You like that? There we are. Good work. Good work. Do you reckon that's the case, Phil? Has the patriarch got a master plan for you as you join the ranks?
I can feel the 3rd arm sneaking on out of my torso. It's coming.
No need to boast. Sure. No need to boast. But yeah, these aren't the Necromunda Genestealer cult, although it's interesting, I suppose, that the Necromunda GSC, given that it released shortly after this book came into existence, that the 2 things weren't lined up in any way. It's very odd, isn't it, how specialist games and mainstay GW don't really kind of align on that sort of stuff, because you would think that there would be a rationale for incentivizing people to buy those Necromunda minis and putting them in their GSC army.
Yeah, it's interesting, actually, because it's the one time where you might go, they could have given you specific rules like they would do with a kill team from the kill team game, and then they put them in 40k. However, I think the Genestealers on Necromunda are so specific to Necromunda, they're not really meant to be anywhere else, even though you could maybe justify that there might be other variants that are similar to them, but just happen to be elsewhere potentially. But I think there was a lot of genetic engineering going on Necromunda, from what I transgently, passably in passing, it's been wafted on my face of the knowledge, because I haven't really read anything about it. So
yeah, I think the GSC in Necromunda is just basically down in the swamps, and they're just having a rough time of it. It's like Necromunda is such a rubbish place to spend your summers. Even the GSC are struggling to make it work, because they're in like a radiated nuclear.
Yes, but there's also the Magos biologist guy who has been recreated by the Genestealer, who I thought was doing the experiments on them, but I'm not entirely sure what.
I mean, at the end of the day, Phil, we're not here to talk about this necessarily. It's just an interesting sideline. And I actually, again, just to say it for the sake of saying it, really impressed with, the thing I really like about the Necromunda GSC is just the fact that it shows a different flavour of it, actually adds a lot of character to the concept, as it were. Because in a way, one of the things that's sort of interesting about 40k GSC is how they've just had to kind of remain in the everyone is a miner, as in going down the pits, mining for various material. I'm not suggesting they're all children. But yeah, like, it's a very interesting aesthetic, isn't it? That it's sort of this civilian uprising, but all the civilians seemingly, other than those that are obviously members of the Guard or the planetary defense system, it just seems that they all toil away in the pits is the way it goes.
Yeah, true. I guess you could argue that there could be a version where they're from a hive city and they're just, regular dog's body. It could be the gangers, a la Necromunda, that are all slightly infested. So there are different ways they could have done it. But I like that they've stuck with a theme, and they've kept it. And obviously, I think they've mixed it up, obviously, with the Guard element, that you can add that in as well. I think that's good.
But I personally, though, again, if they get the chance to expand, again, maybe even with another game systems like Necromunda, I'd actually love to see the high society GSC, because the idea of Genestealer cults is that they infiltrate all layers of human civilization, at least when they're dealing with human civilizations. Again, assumingly they do similar kind of antics when it comes to other worlds populated by other things. But the point is that, I'd love to see more of a regal, more of a, member of the gentry, if you will, in the GSC.
Are you saying this just so we can bring back the limo?
But, fundamentally, that is what I want to see. I want to basically see pimped out, really like high performing GSC, not just the kind of urchins and,
that's fair enough. I would love powdered wigs and ruffs on GSC, although that maybe makes them actually feel a lot like Flesh Eater Courts. If you think about the aesthetics of them, they're very. But I'm okay with that. Would be very similar. No, exactly. I would totally like it. I definitely, ruffs and powdered wigs only really ever seem to appear in Necromunda in the 40k setting, and it does need to transition across more to mainstream 40k, I think, as a bit more of a regular staple.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that they've definitely missed out on with this latest Agents of the Imperium book. I feel like again, not enough is made of the nobility. Although, to be fair, some of the Inquisition and characters and rogue traders do lean into more of their kind of regal status, but I feel like that's the element now where it's like, I'd love to see more of that represented. But all the same, look, we're talking about the Codex Genestealer Cult. It is the new Codex for Warhammer 40,000 10th edition. We're a little late to the party. We've had a bunch of stuff going on. Obviously, Age of Sigmar has been an important release for me and Phil. If you hadn't heard already, we quite like Age of Sigmar. Shock horror. Apologies to all of you that don't like it very much. Obviously, we'd encourage you to try it, but at the end of the day, we know you're set in your ways, so good for you. Keep liking what you like. And, we put the timestamps in there for a reason, I suppose. But so we're going to talk about GSC thing as well. I want to be clear about, I think last time we did Sisters, we kind of rushed it a little bit. I wasn't feeling particularly great at the time. We were a little bit waylaid. Things kind of went the way they went. But just to kind of refresh you on the format and how we do this now, if you will have listened to any of our 9th edition Codex reviews, we go quite extensive, right? We used to go through every line of dialogue, read every rule, get really into the weeds around some of the meticulous bits, and then pick some data sheets and give a general vibe. The idea these days is we're talking more about the flavor, more about the vibe, more about the overall idea of the book. We want to try and give you an impression of what these are and what they mean within the world, but also what they play like on the tabletop. But ultimately, this isn't a competitive compendium. This isn't something that you're going to listen to and figure out how to run the most efficient, most powerful armies in the world. This is more of a sort of general hobbyist's take on GSC and what it represents. And that's very much the vein of what we're trying to do with these now, because myself and Phil kind of accept that the competitive scene of 40K has kind of left us in the dust. I still engage in it, but I'm nowhere near as good at it as I used to be, and I'm unable to kind of keep pace with it because it is just such a different game to 9th and 8th edition at the moment. And although I try my best, I'm just not any good anymore. So, I do my best, but I'm failing miserably. So that's the general kind of outlay. Again, if you're looking for something that's a little bit more comprehensively, competitively focused, there are obviously going to be really great content creators out there that got you covered. But if you're here and enjoying the vibes, we're going to talk about GSE and hopefully give you some fun, interesting takes on the book and things that we like about it and the overall sort of vibe that they represent. Does that sound reasonable, Phil?
I think that's very, very fair and apt for what we're doing with the new 10th edition codexes, because the 9th ones pretty much killed us trying to do those, to be honest. So we're trying to ease back a little bit, but also give you room for more content in terms of other segments of the show and things like that.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Because I think as well, like conceptually, the thing I always find now with 10th edition and the thing I'm learning more and more as I consume competitive content and I immerse myself in that world, as I have been since its creation, is, and one of the concepts I've sort of struggled with initially is the trading ideology. 40K is very much about stand on the point and be efficient with what you spend for what you gain. And it's a game so much more about board control and spacing than it is kind of even like what it was back in like 8th, 9th edition, where there was some of the more kind of, dare I say, traditional mechanics that I grew up with, which is more the idea of actually having to tackle your opponent. So much so these days, or more often in 40K these days, your opponent is a nuisance, but it's not. And obviously their strategy is also important, but it's much more about how you've kind of planned and the kind of redundancy and the sorts of tricks that you have within your army to be able to, outperform and outtrade your opponent, which is the important element. Whereas I still think about it in the more linear, old school methodology of this unit's really good at killing stuff, it should be great. Not accounting for, yes, but then you put a unit of Nurglings in front of it and it can't move anywhere. Whoopsie daisy. That's me showing my age, I suppose. But anyway, let's get into GSE rather than complaining about the way things are, or what was before. And we'll start as always with the cover, Phil. The cover that I feel like most people should understand or have heard me say already is, in my opinion, it's a fall from grace. That's what I'm going to say. I think the more I look at the cover, the more I've spent time with it and seeing it now rendered in beautiful high definition on the page in front of me. There's a lot of nice elements to it. I think it's got some, interesting factors to it. But overall, I just think the character, I don't know, obviously it's an otherworldly, monstrous alien entity because it's got ridges on its head and it's got extra arms and claws and stuff, and its gun is a bit of a weird thing. It's like the noisy cricket, even though I know it's a needle pistol, but the noisy cricket from the old Men in Black films. So, there is something quite, otherworldly about it, but at the same time, I think the way that the pose and the rigidity, it's almost like, to me, the thing I always feel like they miss with this stuff in the artwork is that kind of, unsettling alien element, which in a way has been beautifully represented in the Necromunda adaptation of the GSC. I think some of those more kind of insectile, kind of unsettling, chitinous sort of poses and movements, that kind of twisted human form and that kind of, I suppose, Cronenberg-esque kind of horror element is sorely lacking, which is one of the things that I felt was really resonant in the old 9th edition artwork, which is one of my most loved pieces of Codex art ever. And I think that's really where this point of comparison comes from. It's like the 9th edition Codex art was probably the best Codex art of 9th edition, and you've regurgitated most of the 9th edition artwork. Why you felt it necessary to use this as your GSC Codex cover, I'm just not sure. But I'm not a fan of it, but I guess, maybe it's a bit safer for putting on the shelves in Warhammer stores, and that's the kind of main attraction of it. What's your vibe on it, Phil? You in favour?
I'm still a huge fan of it. It's grown on me more and more, so it's sort of the opposite of you, where I've fallen in love with it completely. It is definitely one of my favourite bits of artwork as a Codex cover, and as I've said to you in a previous episode where we did preemptively talk about this, I think it is quintessentially the best kind of cover for Games Workshop. It's got like a kind of classic cover style, a single model up front and centre, screaming at the camera, breaking the fourth wall slightly. But it's an actual mini that you can buy. It's very obvious what mini it is. The previous edition one, as much as I love that artwork, much like the Adeptus Mechanicus one, it's just sort of a bit too abstract. You can't just point at that and go, "Daddy, buy me that model," when you go to the shop, because it's like, it isn't really a model that actually exists. Much like, do you remember when they did the Elder cover of 9th edition and people were like, "I can't actually have that loadout," and then Games Workshop sort of backtracked and were like, "Well, we're going to give it to you," because people look at the covers of the artwork and be like, "I want to have this in my army." So I think this distills down all of those things. It's the trifecta of everything you would want from a Codex cover. Yes, it's not as particularly alien as it could be, but and it's a bit more clean cut and, let's say, a slightly more sanitized version of Games Workshop art in comparison to their more, as you say, Cronenbergian style. But I think it works really well for what it is, and that's sort of why I like it.
That's fair. I mean, I think for me, I quite liked the first, or maybe it was the 8th edition GSC Codex. I think they used the same cover on 7th edition and 8th edition, which was the Magus with the Patriarch in the background and then some hybrids in the foreground. I thought that was a really strong piece of artwork. So
yeah.
I would have almost, I would have criticised them for reusing it because, nothing's ever good enough. But the point is that, I would have probably preferred that over this. But at the end of the day, like you say, it's clearly, I'll tell you what you say clearly. At first, I just assumed it was a generic hybrid. I completely missed that it's one of their...
it's the Primus.
Yeah, the Primus. I missed that it's the Primus at first glance. I didn't clock on me. But then, it's weird. Like, that Primus mini kind of stands out as a Primus because I'm familiar with the sculpt, and it was actually a really nice sculpt. It's interesting that they've still not come up with a new one. But anyway, the Primus mini was a cool mini from that particular kit, the old Death Watch Kill Team box set.
Overkill? Was it in that one?
Yeah, it was in Overkill, yeah. So really, really cool. But again, I don't know, like when you go to like page, there's no page number on it, but like the cover sheet for the data sheets, and you see there the patriarch.
Yes, that is a great piece of artwork, to be fair.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I'd rather see the big gribbly patriarch eating brains or slurping on a spinal column as he is there than this relatively sanitized piece. But whatever. At the end of the day, that's the direction they're going in. I mean, it's inconsistent because they've used certain styles of cover that, obviously... kind of
I think the Chaos Space Marine still had that the same artist that had done the GSC and Admech from the last edition. Yeah.
So there you go, GSC. In terms of the contents of it, I mean, it's a typical GW Codex. Lots of words, lots and lots and lots of words, but some. I have to be honest, there's some really beautiful moments in it. When opening up onto page 15 and seeing the classic artwork from the old school kind of second edition Rogue Trader era, There's some really. You obviously are reminded of the deep well of amazing artwork and creative content that they've been able to produce for the GSC over the years. And again, conceptually, the idea of the army is also really fun. This kind of covert, sleuthy sort of, plan of 1,000 years in the making or whatever it is. That it's a very GSC are cool. Like this army should be amazing. Like it feels like as a concept, GSC should be one of the most interesting things in the game. Like I genuinely love the concept. I think the problem is, and we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, but I think the problem always has been for GSC, though, is in a game where it has been heavily normalized that people take abundant armies of Space Marines, GSC end up leaning into a very numerous, very horde, very, very low power, but ultimately very high skill army, in the sense that it's all about, all the different tricks and all the different combos and all the different elements that you bring together. And the idea of having that one big ambush that kind of triggers all this amazing stuff. Like, I feel like when they first kind of brought them into existence, they sort of managed that kind of difference between them hitting hard but being fragile. But it feels like more and more as the game has migrated and the army sizes have increased, it's one of the weird, frustrating things about GSC, combined with the fact it's probably one of the most expensive armies you can collect. I think this and Mechanicus are basically the two most expensive armies you can put down on a tabletop.
I could probably see that being the case. And I think, to do them justice, they'd be quite tricky to paint up well. I have seen it done.
I have seen it done too, yeah.
Been fantastic. But I think you hit the nail on the head with their sort of play style. Obviously, the overview, if you don't know even what Genestealer cult is and you've, stumbled upon this podcast, they're tangentially related to the Tyranids, aren't they? The Genestealers are the things that relate, I guess, and ultimately the Genestealers infest a world. They do the Genestealer kiss, which infects the people, and then through the generations the humans get more mutated through each generation until they become actual Genestealers, and then the cycle begins again, and then they look more human, and it keeps going on. But in doing so, they create a psychic beacon to lure the Tyranids to their planet, to their doom. Meanwhile, the Genestealer cult uprise to coincide with this Tyranid invasion to basically destabilize the planetary defenses, while worshipping the four-armed god emperor, which is actually just the Tyranids, but they don't quite realize that themselves. So really interesting. It's basically, as you already mentioned, lots of miners, lots of human level type people. You've got the sort of the mining equipment, you've got the mining vehicles, and then they've expanded that slightly with the bikes and the jackals, and the little ATV stuff. And then obviously you've got a couple of the sort of more, the patriarch and the actual pure strain Genestealers themselves as the sort of much more alien-esque element to it. Obviously heavily inspired by aliens, in terms of the genesis of where they came from. There's also some really nice touches, actually. So at the very back, they've got a bit about the Brood Brothers in terms of like kit bashing. And then there's a cool little example breaking down what all the different weapons are. I like it when they do that, which is just right after all the data sheets. So they've got like a little photo breakdown of what all the actual weapons look like. Because quite often you get a bit lost in terms of, what does this actually look like on the sprue or on the model? So totally. I like it when they do stuff like that. In a more practical way that isn't just like illustrated, which is normally what they used to do.
Yeah, no, mate. I mean, to expand on your points, I think, when they introduced Genestealer Cult in 7th edition, I genuinely was blown away by how they advanced that storyline and how they developed it. I thought it was just really cool. And again, obviously it's very human world specific, but it's just such a really clever and really beautiful evolution of the concept. GSC prior to 7th edition were in the lore, and there was, the understanding that they were this element that were infecting worlds and doing stuff. But yeah, the evolution of it's incredible. And Genestealers are a really interesting aspect of Tyranids because they've had, an ever-evolving lore and an ever-evolving kind of ethos in terms of what they are and what they represent. And again, originally maybe not even necessarily being part of the Tyranids, but later becoming so. And then the way that kind of developed, and there were stories of how, they were subjugated by the hive mind. So there were early stories in early editions of 40K where, human explorers or members of the Imperium would encounter these Genestealers prior to them being within the range of the hive mind and actually being able to converse with them, and for them to be normal and for them to be peaceful, or for them to, be fearful of their role. But then basically as soon as the hive mind comes in, being obviously immediately overtaken and made to do what they do. Nowadays, I think what they've turned it into is just really clever. Like the whole GSC, the Genestealer cult, and how it operates is just it's super fun, and it creates so much leverage for them to tell amazing stories within Imperial worlds. And I think that's always the thing that 40K understandably doesn't do enough of, even though there are some amazing stories telling, talking about the worlds of Warhammer 40,000. It obviously pales in comparison to the amount of Space Marines smash stuff up that does the rounds. But I think GSC, they're just such a quintessential, secretive, elusive enemy that you can layer into these narratives and just create really fun, evocative stories. And I love them. I think, conceptually, I'm there for them. I just wish they could kind of find a way to make them work better on the tabletop. That's the thing that's still weird.
Yeah, I think basically because they're mostly all humans or ish, humans enough, because they're mostly humans with a little bit extra to them, and they're mostly civilians, so they've actually got crap weapons, right? There's like auto pistols, hand flamers. Yes, they've got breaching charges and mine lasers, which are slightly better. And then you've got the Genestealers themselves, which are obviously like quite good close combat monsters. But overall, the power level of their weapons and armor and their vehicles pales in comparison to sort of actual military forces. So it's, I guess, trying to get that balance right of something that is set correctly in terms of like this, the strength of the weapons and number of shots, to accurately reflect the more civilian aspect of it, but while still as an army having enough strength, toughness and durability or whatever playstyle they need to actually be balanced with the other armies, which are much more actual military factions. Not say they're not military, but the basis of their uprising is a sort of civilian-esque uprising more than a military one. Obviously, you've got the Brood Brothers, which is an addition to that, which can bring that more military wing into it. And when we go through the rules, we can see how that will synergize or not with the rest of the army.
It feels like to me the kind of mechanics that they could have brought in to really express the ideas of what the GSC are the exact sort of mechanics that people don't like because they create feel bad moments. And I think that's and also, truthfully, you do have an issue of what you do if GSC faces off against GSC, because then all of a sudden it becomes one of those scenarios where if you were doing more disruptive mechanics, if you were doing more, things that reflected them, I think that would, because like when I think about these guys, and again, sound the AOS alarm, everybody. When I think about these guys, I think about things like Crawl Boys. And Crawl Boys are sneaky, right? They're sneaky orcs, and they've got dirty tricks, and they've got an ability that every turn they roll a d6 the first time, or every phase, the first time they do it, they get it on a 2+. The second time they do it, they get it on a 3+. The next time they do it, they get on 4+, and every subsequent time they try, they get it on a 5+. And they've got a chart of abilities that have debuffs and annoying things that they can do to their opponent, and they can constantly try and just trigger them. And they're really annoying because they do things like, oh, now we've got fight last. Oh, God, now this has happened, Oh, they've redeployed. They've done all this stuff, It's tricky. there's a 1 in 3 chance they're going to get it. And, it's part of their archetype. It's built into how they play. That's the sort of stuff that I feel like with GSE, it's like maybe a combination of that, some of the Head Knights of Slanesh stuff where they're, tempting people covertly, kind of operating behind the scenes. Maybe there's a way they infiltrate your command infrastructure to offer you command points, but in return for something. It's like, if you want to use that stratagem, have a CP, but turns out that you, something negative happens or whatever, or you take more wounds or whatever it is. Like, there's so many interesting creative mechanics that could have been brought to the fore. But, we'll get into it. We'll see what they're about. 40k is 40k, so we don't want to kind of, attribute things that maybe just aren't mechanically able to be implemented in the current game as it is currently. But as I say, I just feel like there's some really fun stuff you could be doing with GSC, rather than just making them another Horde army. But we'll see, because we haven't rendered a verdict yet. We're going to go through the book. There could be some stuff that I wasn't previously aware of. Good Lord, Phil. Cold Ambush. Are you ready to tackle this novel?
Yeah, I'll happily read it. It is long, and it's quite important we read it rather than summarise it, because it's a little bit confusing. So
Settle in,
Ambush,
everyone.
If your army faction is Genestealer cults, each time a unit with this ability is destroyed, so pretty much any model, obviously there's the caveat here already that they haven't included, which is Brood Brothers units, which we can look and see how this synergizes with them. So every time a Genestealer cult unit is destroyed, roll a d6, adding 1 to the result if it's the first or second battle round on a 5+. Add a new unit to your army identical to this destroyed unit in Cult Ambush at its starting strength, with all the wounds remaining and any one-shot weapons those modelled are equipped with considered to have not been shot. So you basically get a brand new, fresh unit. In a pseudo-reserve. Then, while a unit is in Cult Ambush, it is also considered to be in reserves, which is what I just mentioned. Then place 1 Cult Ambush marker, which is in brackets a 32 millimeter diameter marker, so objective marker sort of size. So you get to place that Cult Ambush marker anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 inches horizontally away from all enemy units. If it's not possible, no marker is placed. Then, if an enemy model...
Just to say, it's interesting that there's no accountability for vertical distances, so only can be placed on the ground.
Well, no, it's got to be 9 inches away from your opponent horizontally. Yes. In theory, it implies that you could place it not on the ground, but you can't. You're not using the diagonal measurement for where it goes, right? So could you put it on the
specify vertical distances?
I know. So here's the thing: you're thinking of the old school method of, if a unit is on a building and you measure 9 inches a diagonal down to the ground floor, then the charge is shorter. So no, you just measure horizontally. But what I was actually, my point was, technically there isn't anything to say that you can't place that actual Cult Ambush marker on the second floor of the building. But yeah, it's always got to be 9 inches away horizontally from a model, which potentially, depending on how it moves, might mean it's more than 9 inches away to reach, which is important.
They only ever specify horizontal distances. Now I apologise. There you go.
I think that's a thing for most things, even like when you come in from reserve now, because to get rid of that whole nuisance of, well, technically, if I measure diagonally, I am slightly less than 9 inches, and I have a thing that gives me grapnel hooks, which allows me to ignore vertical distances. So I have a 2-inch charge against you, Dan.
Fair. No,
it's fair, to stop stuff like that.
No, it's very good, very good. I'm glad that we clarified that. I obviously blinked and missed that. Very good.
Yes. Okay. So going back, you've got your cult ambush marker down on the ground. If an enemy model, excluding aircraft, ends any kind of move within that 9 inches of the cult ambush marker you placed, that cult ambush marker is removed from the battlefield. It just disappears. At the end of the reinforcement step of your opponent's next movement phase, for each of your cult ambush markers still on the battlefield, you can select up to 1 unit from your army that is in cult ambush and set that up using the cult ambush marker. To do so, set that unit up on the battlefield more than 9 inches horizontally away from all enemy units with at least 1 model in the unit touching that cult ambush marker, and all other models placed wholly within 3 inches of that cult ambush marker. In brackets, that cult ambush marker is then removed from the battlefield. So basically, a unit dies, you roll a dice. If you get a 5 up, you get to place a cult ambush marker down on the table. Your opponent then basically has their movement turn to try and basically move within 9 inches of it to remove it from play. If not, a marker can be used to effectively deep strike down or set up from reserves that unit that had been destroyed. So quite an interesting gimmick, and there are units that use the cult ambush marker mechanic. Some allow you to move them around. Some of the HQs, the jackals, if I remember rightly, have to come on from outflanking because they're on bikes, so they don't just pop up from the sewers, so to speak, like the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. They have to come in from the side. So the the cult ambush markers have to be within 6 inches of the board edge. So that's another variable that you have to keep in mind when you're playing the game with certain units. And as I said, there's a bunch of characters that can manipulate these around to stop markers from disappearing and stuff, which is very interesting, I think. There's one last bit. So it says characters that are attached to a unit with this ability are not returned alongside that unit. Should it return to the battlefield as described above, only the bodyguard unit returns. And then each time a unit with this ability is destroyed, it triggers all rules for applying the unit is destroyed. So, for example, you score VP when you kill it, so you can score multiple VPs if there was a kill point type situation in your game.
I mean, mechanically interesting for sure. Again, it leans into that kind of never-ending horde mechanic, which is, sensible for this army, having it constantly respawning, admittedly on a 5+, and then potentially a 3+, if it happens in the first battle round. And then
it would be 4 because it's only adding 1 if it's the first or second battle round. So 4 would be the most you'd be rolling on.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So 4+ for first and second. That was it. Yes. For some reason, because I knew it was anyway, I thought it was +2, +1.
Yes.
Anyway, my bad. The point is, though, it sounds a bit sort of extra steps because obviously you've got to take this thing, put it down, roll the dice, or rather you got to roll the dice, take the icon, put it down, and then ensure that your opponent doesn't get within 9 inches of it. But obviously the majority of the stuff in your army that's dying is doing so in your opponent's turn. So it's not drastically difficult to manage those distances and keep that stuff from, being removed from play. So, it's definitely an interesting mechanic. It could certainly spike, which is wild.
But it could also not at all. And you could just never roll a 5 up and all your stuff dies. Because I guess, here's the thing. As you were saying, it's kind of got to be a horde army. And one of the ways they're getting around that is rather than you having, let's say, 10 units on the table and for the points that they're worth, they're kind of actually giving you 7, but this mechanic of, you've got a 1 in 3 chance that they will come back, which is ultimately probably point costed into the units as an army-wide ability. So they're allowing you to bring more models technically into the battle without having to physically build and paint another 3 or 4 units, which I think is good. It's an interesting mechanic, but it could be very random in terms of you could roll lots of 5-ups or you could roll none.
Well, again, it's kind of like it's like World Eaters, isn't it? Right. So it feels like when GW wrote the war rules for 10th edition World Eaters, they did so on the assumption that everyone was taking Angron. And the army feels pointed around the idea that you can have a lot of Angrons. That Angron will at least come back once per game. But yeah, I've definitely played against World Eater players who have regrettably not got Angron back, and the army definitely feels less powerful as a result. And I guess the same is true of the GSC builds. It's going to very much come down to, we built this with that mechanic in mind. However, there is every possibility that you just won't get any of this back. And that is quite swingy, and that probably contributes to a certain lack of reliability, which, understandably is one of the things that, you need, certainly when looking at, tournament competitive play, right? So yeah.
Because here's the thing, I don't personally like army mechanics that work around you dying. Like the cult sacrifice, which is like, if your models are under, like, if they're damaged or they're under half strength, they get like bonuses to shooting. It's like, I kind of don't like that, because it's like, I've got to be losing to trigger my abilities. But I think sort of for this, it does kind of work quite well. And historically, how Cult Ambush used to work was you effectively null deployed, if I remember rightly, and you just had these counters down during the deployment step, and then you revealed your ambush, and you could place models wherever you wanted to be in the most advantageous position, assuming your opponent in their turn couldn't somehow get rid of a couple of them to force those units back into reserve. So I think mechanically this is so much easier to do. Before it was so fiddly, and it wasn't particularly that fun to play against either. I think it was very high skill level to actually do well as a Genestealer cult player. And I imagine that's still the case to an extent with a lot of the synergies in the book. But we can get to them when we get to them. But I think this is this is probably the best implementation of the cult ambush rule based on all the historical ones.
Yeah, I mean, the old rule was, it was cumbersome, is probably the best terminology for it. It was all, the biggest problem with the old cult rule or cult ambush rule was less what it did and more how it made you feel, because there were so many opportunities for abstraction and so many bookkeeping pieces that your opponent wasn't really able to keep on top of. And that created quite a feel bad situation, because I often remember having conversations with opponents running GSE armies, and again, noting that those armies were quite numerous with lots of units. It was that thing where you're like, well, hang on a second here. Did that person go into reserves via the ambush, or did they go into reserves via reserves? Do they need to come in?
There was a few things regarding stratagems and the reserve rule in addition to the cult ambush, because it all sort of tied together, but also was slightly distinct in a couple of places. But also quite often it could be like, oh, well, I'm going first. My entire turn is shooting at nothing because there's nothing to shoot at. Oh no, actually, or maybe it was your movement phase, and then at the end of your movement phase they all revealed themselves. I think that was it. But then you were often in these very suboptimal positions, and it was a bit of a feel bads.
They used to block you in as well, because there was no circumstances where you could end a move within 9 inches of one of those markers. So you basically ended up in a situation where those markers stopped you from doing everything. So there were lots of lists. There were lots of lists at one point where they were allying in the GSC just to utilize their ability to stop you deploying. So they basically push you back into the far board edge and then just pepper you with like out of line of sight shooting and stuff that you couldn't even, get around. So yeah, like I think, to your point, I agree. And it's nice that they found a way to maintain the token mechanic. So, yeah, I think, again, there are some things that they could have finessed and stuff they could have done to maybe make it more kind of, as I said earlier, more kind of covert, more compelling. But at the end of the day, lots of GSE are coming out through the floorboards. this, I guess, gets that across. So fair enough. It's an interesting mechanic, I suppose. Well, is it an interesting mechanic? It's at least a mechanic, right? Like, I'll give it that. It's better than because I said so, I'm lethal hits.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Here's the thing. So Guard had a stratagem where they could do an endless swarm type thing, where an infantry unit died. You could pay, I think, was it 2 command points, and you could have that unit come back. And you could do that every turn, sort of indefinitely. Now, they've FAQ'd it since to just be 1 unit, which I think is maybe... I know a lot of Guard players complain about that, but if you think about it as the fairness of this is their whole, Genestealer cult, this is their army-wide gimmick, yet Guard can do that in a very light fashion with just CP every turn, bringing a unit back. And potentially bringing back the same number of units, if not more than Genestealer cult, because theirs is quite random. So, yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily unique because it has existed in other armies, but those other armies have now been toned down to, in a way, make Genestealer cult a bit more special in using that mechanic.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's like there's a lot of reuse of certain abilities, but that's just inevitable. But I think, yeah, I don't know. I feel like with GSC, it would have been cool to have seen stuff that kind of disrupts the other player, does things where, I mean, again, there are mechanics.
There is mechanics in the army-wide rules that do things like that, and mostly around Battle Shock, I would say, or denying deployment within 12 inches and things like that. There's a couple of units that do stuff like that. But yeah, not quite in as either a random way as Crawl Boys, or maybe not as, utility-wise as useful as what Crawl Boys could do. But, I think it's pretty good for what it is, because they want to emphasize that the ambush aspects of it rather than just random disruption. But maybe what you're saying would be a cool detachment idea as a concept going forwards. But should we do a whistle-stop tour of the detachments, look at each detachment rule, probably skim over the stratagem enhancements, but we can always pick out 1 or 2 if you fancy.
I do fancy, mate. I do. Shall I do the first one, the Host of the Ascension?
Yes, yeah.
So they have the detachment rule of the perfect or a perfect ambush. Each time a Genestealer cult unit from your army is set up on the battlefield as reinforcements, so that includes when they are set up from reserves or when they come back from the dead. Till the end of your next fight phase, weapons equipped by models in that unit have sustained hits 1 and ignores cover ability, which is interesting because obviously it counts for both melee and ranged weapons. So sustained hits 1 is pretty reasonable, and ignores cover is definitely powerful. The game has a lot of cover in it. Everyone seems to have cover saves for days, so being able to ignore that is nice. And again, synergizes with the kind of core mechanic, because a lot of your stuff hopefully is going to be coming back on a regular basis. So coming back even angrier is no bad thing. If I was going to pick out a enhancement, I quite like the sound of a chink in their armor, mostly because it summons up images of Sanguinius, or at least it did before Dan Abnett turned that into a bit of a farce. So, the chink, or rather a chink in their armor. Genestealer cult models only, shock horror. I suppose obviously brood brothers could have been a variable. Each time the bearer is set up on the battlefield as reinforcements, again leaning into that, until the end of your fight phase, range weapons equipped with by models in the bearer's unit have the lethal hits ability. So obviously what is uniquely important about this is obviously this is linked to a character, and as such will only be usable in a turn in which you arrive from reserves with your character, because you're not going to get this character if your unit dies. So the character's not coming back. So this is a...
Well, he could potentially come back, but he'd be coming back on his own once he's died.
Yes.
So, but he won't be attached to any unit. He'll be coming back as a solo model.
Yeah, range weapons equipped by the models in the bearer's unit. Which would include itself, I guess, but even then.
There was, I think there's another character that has that wording as well, and I was like, that's really oddly worded, because it's the bearer's unit, implying it's not himself, even though technically he will be once he's in that unit, but it's just so weirdly worded, as if it's like, is it done to deliberately not include themselves, even though they're part of that unit? I don't know. I just don't like the way it's been worded. It's a bit too, it's not clear.
Yeah, they definitely need more consistent language around that. But regardless, lethal hits, I mean, there are characters that have lethal hits anyway, just standard. So,
and there's a lot of flamer weapons depending on which units you look at. So, that wouldn't include them anyway. So,
lethal would include flamers. Oh no, of course it wouldn't.
No, because you're not wrong to hit. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's fine for close combat-y stuff. I mean, my pick
specifically ranged weapons, Phil. Specifically ranged weapons.
Oh, okay. I see.
That I think, is not one you're going to be taking. Why don't you talk about one, Phil, that we might take?
Our time is nigh. Again, Genestealer Cults model only. Once per battle, when the bearer unit declares a charge, the bearer can use this enhancement. If it does, until the end of the phase, add 2 to the charge roll made for the bearer's unit. So, I mean, it's only once per game, which is in a way terrible, but getting a 2-inch to your charge roll could be quite clutch. So, not to be sniffed at the same time.
Get that 7-inch charge. I mean, it's a lot more achievable than the 9, right?
That is also true. Yeah.
Stratagem-wise, actually, one of the ones I should probably talk about in concert with Chink in their armor and overall abilities. Return to the Shadows actually is a really cool strat. When your opponent, in your opponent's shooting phase, just after an enemy unit has shot. So you will have to take the shots. One Genestealer Cult infantry unit from your army that was selected as the target of one or more of the attacking unit's attacks. 1 CP, remove your unit from the battlefield and place it in strategic reserve. So you are going to have to take the hit, but you can disappear back into the shadows. So assuming you didn't take a lot of damage, it's really useful. Again, being able to maybe push some aggressive tempo, maybe utilizing that plus 2-inch, getting in there with some aberrants, coming in with your sustained hits 1, doing a lot of big, heavy hitting damage on that big charge that you needed, and then basically getting shot at by something, maybe losing 1-2 aberrants in the process, and then being like, cool, see ya, I'm out of here, and then just disappearing off into the shadows again, ready to come back anew. I mean, yeah, it's a nice way of constantly moving and repositioning a very heavy hitting unit, which is cool. I mean, obviously, when it reemerges, it's not going to be able to use Our Time Is Nigh again because once per game, but still, it's
true, and they can't reappear via the cult ambush markers, but I guess they're still getting the perfect ambush because they're still reinforcements, right? I would assume.
They're arriving from reinforcements, yeah, so they will be...
Well, strategic reserve, I think, is a form of reinforcement, so I think it would still trigger that. I was going to go for a similar one, which is lying in wait for 1 CP. Triggers in your opponent's movement phase. Select 1 Genestealer Cult battle line unit from your army in cult ambush. Until the end of the phase, when setting your unit up using the cult ambush marker, set your unit up anywhere on the battlefield, wholly within 6 inches of that cult ambush marker, and not within range of 1 or more enemy units. But obviously, you're doing this. You're doing this in your opponent's movement phase, which isn't that when you do it anyway? Let me just double check. You at the end of the reinforcement steps of your opponent's next movement phase. You can select 1 unit from your cult ambush marker, and you've got to be 9 inches horizontally away from all enemy units, but you've got to be wholly within 3 inches of the cult ambush marker, or at least one of them has to be. Oh no, yeah, you've got to be touching the cult ambush marker with 1 model, and all others have to be wholly within 3 inches. So this allows you to be wholly within 6 inches. So actually, I mean, it's okay. but not great. I mean, technically, by the... I'm just trying to think. If something's too big to fit in, like, I guess the vehicles can't come back.
I mean...
But they've all got the army faction... actually, have they got the cult ambush rule? Because it's not going to be keyworded, that's the thing.
Let's check.
Because I suspect because I was going to say they won't fit wholly within. No, so they have deadly demise and firing deck. So yeah, they don't get the cult ambush. Actually, hold on. No, sorry, it's under faction keyword. Yeah, no, they don't get it.
Yeah.
So pretty much everything else does. Actually, look, Jackal Alphas doesn't get it. So maybe the characters. Let's look at the generic ones. Yeah, so the Kelemorph doesn't get it. Yeah, so... Yeah, it seems like, it's odd that actually, that maybe that's why they included the rule about only the bodyguard unit comes back, because none of the actual characters have that ability. So obviously, because they're really good for their points, they're not going to come back. So, which makes sense. You're just getting the mob, the crowd of people coming back.
Credit where credit's due. At least they doubled down on managing that whole situation in terms of like making it clear.
Yes,
which is no bad thing. But cool. Do you want to move on to the next one, Phil? The Xeno Creed Congregation. Yeah. So their detachment rule is unquestioning fanaticism. So for each acolyte hybrid metamorphs, and neophyte hybrids, they're all the non-human-y looking ones, from your army, while one or more character models are leading that unit, you can reroll the advance and charge roll made for it. If that character model is a Magus Primus or Acolyte Iron Ward, who I think is like a fancy standard bearer, that model has the Feel No Pain free possibility while leading that unit. Obviously, that's only really going to take effect with precision weapons, because that's the only time that they would suffer the damage, I guess. Unless potentially they could do mortal wounds themselves somehow with psychic powers, but maybe. But, that's still nothing to be sniffed at. Feel No Pain 3+ is very strong. Obviously, if that was transferred on the unit, it would be insane.
No, but sadly not.
But again, it's like, I've played a few games with Marnie as Calgar. I can't begin to tell you the amount of times where I've forgotten that his Victrix Honor Guard give him a Feel No Pain. It just happens all the time. You're just like, oh, God, yeah, sorry. Because they'd be like, I'm going to precision him out of there. You're like, oh, he's gone. And you're like, wait, oh, no. He's got a Feel No Pain in this situation.
But I really like these units, and we'll hopefully go through the data sheets for some of them later, that I think they're pretty good. And the fact you can reroll the advance and charge rolls, especially if you're coming from Cult Ambush, right, where you might want to try and get a cheeky 9-inch charge off on something, I think that's pretty good. My pick for the enhancements is Deeds That Speak to the Masses, Magus Primus or Acolyte Icon Ward model only once per turn when rolling for a battle line unit for the Cult Ambush Army rule. If the bearer is on the battlefield, you can reroll the result. And once per turn, right? Forgive me if I'm wrong. Not that would happen. That's a player turn, right? So that's for you in your turn and in your opponent's turn, because it's battle round and then turns. So you get to use twice per round, which is very strong. So if something dies in your turn, which can happen in combat, right? Or in your opponent's turn when they're shooting at you, for example, you get to reroll that 5 up. I think that's pretty good, because that is, keep that model safe, and it can just do it all game long. And you could put that on a unit that's potentially just hanging out at the back, doing something. So I think that's a good one. What would be your pick?
I think Incendiary Inspiration is definitely a strong pick, because it's advance and charge. An advance and charge in a combat army is just strong, isn't it? It's
when you can re-roll advance and charge rolls.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Could be like a lot of fun, because the amount of times you going, I'm going to advance and I've rolled a 1.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. No, I sincerely feel like advance and charge with this particular loadout, very strong. I actually quite like the way that they synergize around the idea of these, these kind of human hybrid leaders, these propaganda-based characters. The idea that they're kind of rising up the masses and stuff, and incentivizing people to greater acts of valor and things. It's cool. It's conceptually interesting. But the incendiary inspiration is, it's just strong, isn't it? I mean, at the end of the day, GSC with advance in charge ain't bad, is it?
Well, that's true.
Any particular stratagem you wanted to talk about?
I'm going to go for the first one because I remember, I think this is one, there was one I was reading yesterday, and I remember going, it doesn't quite make sense. So I'm hoping it's this one. This is Vengeance for the Martyr, 1 CP. So your opponent's shooting phase or fight phase, just after an enemy unit destroys a Genestealer cult character model from your army, you then have to target one other Genestealer cult character model from your army for some reason. And the effect is, until the end of the battle, each time a friendly acolyte hybrid metamorphs or neophyte hybrid model makes an attack that targets that enemy unit, so I assume the one that killed the original character, you can re-roll the hit roll of 1. If the destroyed model was a Magus, Primus, or Acolyte icon ward, you can re-roll the hit roll instead. Which sort of all makes sense. It's just odd that you need another character on the tabletop, because I guess the idea is he's the one that's doing a speech to rouse up the people to be like, kill that guy. It was him. It's just an odd. It's just like an oddly activated, but I guess thematic stratagem. It's like, why does it even need to target another character? But I mean, I guess it's just for theming. But despite that, it's quite interesting. You get to reroll hit rolls, or hit rolls of 1, depending on who died.
I mean, I'm okay with it in the sense that if you think about it, right, like the martyrdom piece is quite easily understood. A character, be it a Magus or something, has died. That there is your martyr, and you're inspired, or that unit that witnessed it happening or whatever is inspired. But also the idea that, again, speaking to the kind of subjugated, more kind of propagandized sort of populace that is the GSC, the idea that they need this kind of charismatic leader to incentivize that martyrdom. They can't kind of reach that verdict on their own.
No,
they have to have some kind of character being like, it's all their fault, kill them! And then they're like, okay, off we go.
Basically, yeah, because the flavor text says, should one of the patriarchs in a coven fall, those that remain are swift to call for lethal retribution. So you're right, you need another leader to say, it was them, get them. It's just odd that is like a clunky extra step in a game that is sort of designed to be kind of competitive and streamlined. It's like you would have thought, cool, a person's died, your units can just reroll hit rolls against them. Like, it's odd that it's just got this extra slightly clunky step, which thematically does make sense, but it just seems odd that it's in there for me based on the general design philosophy of this edition.
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, I guess, I don't know, I guess it's that extra layer of tax, but I do agree. And again, it's weird, isn't it? Because, again, there's no stipulation around the notion that, say, for example, that
there's no distance.
Well, say that unit ceases to be a character unit, right? Say the character in it gets killed by, like, a Vindicare. A Vindicare assassin just pops it, and then it's like, well, is that still affected by this rule? Because, the person incentivizing that is now gone. But anyway, long story short is that... I genuinely would assert that most people probably fail to recognize the character stipulation. I imagine most people
again, that was my point, that it's an extra step that I think would be quite easily overlooked, because you just look at the when and the effect, and the target isn't anybody to do with, you're not technically targeting. Technically, the target should be the unit that killed your character. But instead, it's this random character on the tabletop that has no effect within the rules of how this stratagem actually plays out. But what is cool about it is it does actually last for the entire battle.
Yes.
That you get that, against that certain unit, which I think is quite cool. So potentially you could interestingly just have a load of cheap, characters out there to die on the front lines just to get, these reroll to hit rolls against them for the rest of your army.
Yeah, I think it's, the way 10th is played, especially with armies like GSC, there's always going to be rationales for heavily over-indexing in characters. And, that's something that you're going to see, isn't it? That most of these units are going to have one, if not two characters attached to them. So, it leans into that perfectly well. I'm going to go
Sorry, I was going to say there's quite a few characters that are just good to, they're like lone operatives, right? And they're meant to be out and about on their own as well. So
yes, yeah.
They would work well for those as well.
We've got a 2CP one here called the Downtrodden Rise, which is at the end of the reinforcement step of your opponent's movement phase if you have no cult ambush markers on the battlefield. One Acolyte hybrids, hybrid metamorphs, or neophyte hybrid units from your army in cult ambush. This phase, you can set up your unit on the battlefield without a cult ambush marker. When doing so, set up your unit anywhere on the battlefield there's more than 9 horizontally away from enemy units. Not within your opponent's deployment zone, and wholly within 9 of one or more battlefield edges. So essentially, 2CP, you've got a unit in your cult ambush reserve status, but your opponent has essentially been able to remove the markers. 2CP, you can still bring it in.
Yeah, really strong, especially when you're getting the reroll your charge rolls because of your detachment roll as well.
Yeah, no, seems like a really interesting one for sure. The next one is Biosantic Brood Surge. So add one to the charge rolls made for Aberrants, Biophagus, and Pure Strain Genestealer. So this is more. This one's dedicated to the people that are too far gone, the real monstrous monsters of the GSC. Add one to charge rolls from your army. In addition, each time such a unit is selected to fight, if it made a charge move this turn, until the end of the phase, add one to the attacks characteristic of melee weapons equipped by models in that unit. Very blunt instrument, but at the end of the day, sounds like it's got some opportunities to hurt, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool as a theme, right? But you still have the rule of 3, right? Or was that gone?
Yes. Yeah. The rule of 3, except for battle line, which goes to 6 and transport.
And I'm pretty sure none of these will be battle line because one of them's a character for a start off. The Aberrants, however, maybe, which would be interesting if they were. But
Aberrants are not battle line, mate.
I couldn't see that being the case. But my point is, you've got a cool army rule. No, they're not. They are infantry, obviously. You got a cool army rule, but it's going to apply to probably 500 points tops. I mean, I don't know how much the Aberrants are, but even if you took, I guess you can take 10-man units of them, so they potentially could be quite pricey. Let's look at the inaccurate points cost at the back of the book, for example.
It's not even worth looking at, mate. You may as well get your phone out and have a go at writing a list.
300 points for 10, it says.
Okay, so there you go, 900 accurate. Points of your army.
So 900 points. So basically, half your army, including of the Genestealers, I guess, and stuff. So,
you could probably get 2,000 points out of them, probably, with the Pure Strain Genestealers. Pure Strains are pretty expensive as well, aren't they? But
hold on.
But you'd still have a lot of minis in there. But
170 for 10. So, you're only pushing just over 2,000 and a bit.
Well, that's all you need, mate. That's all you need.
Sorry, 1,000 and a bit. Because if you're 900 points with your 3 lots of
can you not take them in units to 20?
No, it only goes up to 10. It's 5 and 10s. So, you're probably looking at 1,200 200, maybe even, I guess if you went for 3 biophaguses as well, you're technically maybe at like 1,500. So that's not
and
too
that's assuming
bad.
the points are even remotely accurate, which they almost certainly are.
I mean, who knows, right? But my point is it seems cool on paper, but you probably need a lot more of an army than just these guys, and just these on their own probably isn't that great. So you'd probably have maybe 500 to 600 points of these guys, and then you've got the rest of your army. Because you've got to build this army, you need to buy it from the off. You won't just happen to have this many and nothing else. That's cool concept, and they don't get many attacks, so getting +1 attack is cool, which is pretty good. And +1 to charge rolls, not bad.
I think this is one of the interesting elements of the way that G-Dubs has gone about creating these detachments. It's that there's the really obvious, really sensible army archetype. And then there is and to be fair, hands up, AOS has the same problem. There's there's the kind of thing that makes most sense, and then some stuff. But in 40k, more often than not, they end up in this situation where they're looking at their extensive model range and kind of going, how are we going to categorize this and turn it into like an army? And then they're like, well, we got the human ones, we got the character ones, we got the general ones, we got the monster ones, so we'll do a list that's built around the monster ones. Wasn't
it like the Chaos one, which was apparently meant to be quite good, but it was like all bikers only, and it's like the biker models are really old and quite derpy, and you can't quite get a whole army out of that. I wouldn't have thought, but it's like, but it's cool as a concept.
I still hold to the idea that was created on the assertion that they were releasing new bikers and buggies and things.
I could totally believe that. And I sort of feel like this has potential in the future if they released more of these kind of, much more alien aspects of it. Because, what you've basically got is the very first one that we read out was the generic everything, lots of the regular infantry. And then the one before that was, the last one we did was the hybrids, which is the slightly more alien ones, and these are the full-on alien ones. So they're like the 3 categorizations of the detachment so far. So, but I feel like this needs to be more fleshed out as a model range to potentially be like a serious contender for something that you would take.
No, agreed. But if you were to take them with the enhancement of Alien Majesty, you would have Abominants, Biophages, and Patriarchs. So extended beyond pure strain Genestealers, unless, of course, Patriarchs are pure strain Genestealers.
Should be, you would have thought.
It's pretty pure strain, isn't it? I mean, look at the thing.
It isn't. No.
It isn't? It's not a pure strain Genestealer?
No, it's a Great Devourer, and it's a Patriarch.
Well, I suppose the thing is, though, the Patriarch will always...
Great Devourers, actually. Oh, in fact, everything's Great Devourer.
I would assert that Patriarchs typically are taken in pure strain due to the squads, though, so I guess they...
Yes, they can do that way. That is true, because they can be attached to pure strain Genestealers.
But I guess if you find yourself with a Patriarch on its own in this detachment, it doesn't add 1 to its charge roll, nor does it add 1 to its melee attacks. But there you go. Interesting insight. Yes, but it would gain the... Anyway, all that being said, while an enemy unit is within engagement range of the bearer's unit, subtract 1 from their objective control characteristic. That's super strong. Reducing OC is massive. So, there you go. Alien Majesty. Not bad.
Okay, I'll go for mutagenic regeneration. So, Abominant, Biophagus, and Patriarch model only in each command phase. So again, yours and your opponents. 1 model in the bearer's unit regains 1 lost wound.
I mean... Which,
again, that's interesting. So the Patriarch could actually be in a unit of pure strain Genestealers.
Yep.
1 model in the bearer's unit, so it doesn't need to be the Primarch. Sorry, Patriarch.
So yeah.
You can use him to, regen your whole unit. Not your whole unit, but one wound in that whole unit, which isn't terrible. And the fact that has 1 wound in both command phases. Not too shabby.
It's all right. I mean,
they're probably much more likely to do way more damage than you would ever heal, unless you have other ways of recovering health. Which actually, with the Biophagus, because he's a character that can go in units, and units with icons can regen really well. So potentially he might be actually a better pick for that.
I think the thing is if they'd added a stipulation within it, where they basically said that if there are no wounds to regen, you can resurrect a model with one wound. Like that, at least would kind of, because the problem is with this is that often you probably if you've got a model that's taken a wound, great, but yeah, I think if they just facilitated regenning a mini, that would have been nice as well. But, it's what it is. Stratagem-wise, I'll go with hyper-metabolic vigor, because that sounds intimidating. It happens in the fight phase. It is one aberrance, a biophage, or biophagus, or pure strain Genestealer unit from your army that has not been selected to fight. Until the end of the fight phase, each time a model in that unit makes a pile-in or consolidation move, it can move 6 instead of 3. In addition, it does not need to end that move closer to the closest enemy model, provided it ends it as close as possible to the closest enemy unit. So that's interesting. Again, pile-in is different from the consolidation move. Pile-in is the first move that activates, so you're not needing to adhere to the stipulation of you need to be able to move into a combat, or you need to be able to move into contesting or controlling an objective. So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, being able to pile in 6 means you get more of your claws, teeth, traffic signs into combat. I mean, again, though, with the way the game kind of plays, it's so rare that that's going to be useful, but I guess it's okay. It's nice to know that if you've got a big chunky unit, you can do that with it. Noting as well, within 40k, pile-in moves don't necessitate you needing to only target the unit you declared the charge on. You can sweep other units into it, but obviously there is that very real stipulation that is increasingly overlooked, which is the end that move closer to the closest enemy model. So effectively, that always needs to be considered. I've seen it a lot in 40k where people massively overlook that and just sort of go, oh, I can get that guy over there. And it's like, yeah, but was he the closest enemy model? And it's like, I want to hit him, though. It's like, I understand that, but they're not the closest. So, yeah, I don't know. It's, again, circumstantially, it's probably not the strat you're going to use all the time, but it's good to, if you remember you've got it, it'll probably come in handy.
Yeah, no, that's true. I will go with the stimulated biosurge. So it's 1 CP. In your charge phase, 1 aberrance, biophage, or pure strain Genestealer unit from your army that has not declared a charge this phase. Until the end of the phase, each time your unit declares a charge, if the closest eligible enemy unit is selected as one of the targets of the charge, add 1 to the charge roll for each selected target of that charge, including the closest eligible enemy unit, to a maximum of +3. So I guess if you select 3 units as the target of your charge, you can get up to +3. Bearing in mind, you can already get +1 to your charge rolls for your detachment, which would make it +4, which is pretty good. But I guess you have to then multi-charge all of those units, because they've been declared the target. It's not like in AOS, right, where you just roll and then you pick. You've got to get in there. Yeah, you'd have to end in combat with all of them. Yeah, but I guess if you've got a big unit of like 10 aberrants and you really want to get into something, maybe going, okay, cool, I'm gonna get the extra couple of inches and target 2 units.
I mean, it definitely feels like that's what they're leaning into with this, isn't it? The idea of just
the risky buy.
Units. Yeah, it does seem like they want you to have big boy units.
Yes, no, that's true.
which is fair enough. All right, Phil, one more detachment to go, and then we get to the, I think, probably most interesting detachment for you and I to discuss.
Okay.
So I did the last one, so you can tell us about the Outlander Claw.
Yeah, so this is basically bikes and buggies detachment. So they've got rapid takeover, so double the objective control characteristic of Genestealer Cult's mounted and Genestealer Cult's vehicle models in this army, and that is quickly look and see what they are. So, for example, the Atlan Jackals are OC1, they become 2. However, the Ridge Runner, the Rock Grinder, and the Truck. Actually, the Truck is OC2, it should become 4. The Rock Grinder and the Ridge Runner are 3, so they become OC6, which is pretty decent, I think, when you're trying to get on an objective. Anyway, you get to do that. In addition, at the end of your command phase, if one or more Atlan Jackals units from your army are within range of an objective marker that you control, that objective marker remains under your control, even if you have no models within range of it, until your opponent controls it at the start of any end of any turn. So you get sticky objectives with the bikes only, which is kind of cool. So you can nip around, keep things sticky, zip off so everything's running forwards and around, so you don't need to be defensive. I quite like that as a concept, and I think some of the vehicles being OC6 I think is really good.
It feels pretty good. It feels quite strong. Again, obviously, the amount of these that you can get into your force and the kind of prevalence of them within the list and the overall kind of ability that they bring you, I can't really speak to. But again, increasing OC, giving you sticky objectives, innately that feels really good, especially for a highly mobile force like this. So
yeah. And remember, some of those vehicles are transports as well, so you can have regular infantry in them as well. And, you can effectively drop them off on an objective, and then your trucks can go off and be a nuisance somewhere else on the table.
Yeah. That seems cool.
Yeah, for the enhancements, let's go with the Starfall shells. So Genestealer Cult's mounted model only. In your shooting phase, after the bearer has shot, select one enemy unit hit by one or more of those attacks made with the Cult sniper rifle. Until the end of your next shooting phase, each time a model in that enemy unit makes an attack, subtract 1 from the hit roll. So basically, you just shoot at a unit and give them -1 to hit. Kind of cool.
Which they'll always forget.
Well, that's what tokens are for, right? You got to make some tokens.
Yeah, exactly. Those kind of mechanics that impose debuffs on your opponent always are the things that fall by the wayside, I find. But interesting all the same. And again, interesting that it is subtract 1 from hit rolls. So would have been better, I feel like, if it reduced ballistic skill, because then it could have stacked with other negatives.
That's too good, though, Dan.
I don't know, man. I feel like if it's an enhancement, you want it to be good, don't you?
Yeah, but it's okay, cool. Now you're, someone pops smoke and you're -2 effectively. I sort of feel like if you're going to build in the, positives and negatives of shooting get capped at +1 or -1. Adding in the modifiers to ballistic skill is a dirty workaround to the rules that you have fundamentally created and should not exist within the game, because then you end up with the mess of the basilisks and the Astra Militarum that you've ended up with in this edition, because they have sort of done a workaround for the core restrictions that they created for themselves.
Fair.
That's just my take, though.
No, it's a fair take. I personally just feel like I feel like in certain instances, it's just a nice thing to kind of layer in just to give you that extra.
Oh, well, why don't you read cartographic data leech then? Because that might make you happy.
I was going to read Assault Commando, but I'll go with cartographic data leech. So, Genestealer Cult models only while the bearer is embarked within a transport. Each time that transport is selected to shoot, so the end of the phase, improve the ballistic skill characteristic of ranged weapons equipped by that transport as a result of firing deck ability by 1. So there you go. They're improving the ballistic skill by 1.
They're literally doing the thing that I said they shouldn't do. They're improving.
Well, they're improving it. They're improving
exactly.
it, not decreasing it. But again, but then what ability is what ability have they got access that gives them +1 hit? I suppose if they've got weapons with the heavy keyword, they remain
do.
stationary.
So yes, things like heavy, for example. I was going to say the Jack Laufus, who's the sniper guy. I thought he gave you +1 to hit, but he allows you to hit something, and then you can reroll hit rolls of 1 against them. And then, if I remember rightly, the Ridge Runner. So he's got a thing called Spotter. If you have that piece of war gear, which changes the ballistic skill characteristic of your weapons to 3+ instead of 4+. So that would obviously combo.
Would it?
That potentially, is it a transport though? No, maybe it isn't. It isn't a transport. So it doesn't have a firing deck.
Read that rule to me again. It changes the ballistic skill.
So if you've got the war gear ability Spotter, the bearer's ranged weapons have a ballistic skill characteristic of 3+. They're normally 4+.
Oh, fine. So it doesn't specify change 4 to 3. It just specifies your BS is 3.
Yes, true.
So the question then becomes, when
it doesn't have a firing deck, so it doesn't.
Oh yeah, fair. But even if it did, when would you apply the plus? Would you apply the plus, then modify the ballistic skill to 3, or would you modify the ballistic skill and then apply the plus?
If I thought it was if it changes it to a fixed value, you do that, and then you do modifiers.
Okay.
I thought.
That sounds right to me as well.
It is in an FAQ somewhere.
It is. I just couldn't remember off the top of my head, and I thought I'd ask you if you could. But yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's all good. I mean, again, obviously, if you've got heavy weapons and it remains stationary, I mean, obviously, you're going to need that transport to remain stationary, which is probably counterproductive for what the transport is. But yeah, because again, that's not bad. Do you want to do some stratagems for these guys, or should we just move on to...
let's quickly do a stratagem.
Yeah, we'll do a couple of strats. I'll do devoted crew. There you go. I'll get in there with devoted crew. Phil.
Okay, go on.
So when your opponent's shooting phase or the fight phase, when your opponent's shooting phase or fight phase, just after the enemy unit has selected its target, one Goliath Rock Grinder or Goliath Truck unit from your army that was selected as the target of one or more of the attacking units attacks until the end of the phase. Subtract each time an attack targets the unit, subtract 1 from the damage characteristic of that attack. That is good. That is there, Phil.
That is quite good. Equally, deft maneuvering is quite good. So 1 CP, your opponent's shooting phase just after an enemy unit has selected its targets. So 1 Achilles Ridge Runner or Atlan Jackals unit from your army was selected as the targets of one or more of the attacks. So at the end of a phase, models in the unit have a 4+ invuln save. So basically, both of those together give you your big vehicles get -1 damage, and your littler vehicles and bikes get a 4+ invuln.
That is strong. Well, we've finally gotten through it, Phil. We're now going to talk about the Brood Brother Auxilia, which, I think is fair to say one of the more interesting detachments. This is most interesting, obviously, because of the fact that this is GW's solution to the Allies situation within GSC. GSC have always kind of been built as a expansion to the Imperial Guard, the Astra Militarum, and this is the rules that facilitate that. And seeing Phil as you're our resident guard man, even though you told us about the last regiment, why not tell us about this one?
Oh, well, thank you very much. So this one's called Integrated Tactics. So each time an Astra Militarum unit from your army, see below, is selected to shoot, you can select 1 enemy unit within 18 inches of and visible to that unit. If you do, until the end of that phase, models in that Astra Militarum unit can only target that enemy unit, and only if they're an eligible target, and that enemy unit is caught in overlapping fire. While an enemy is caught in overlapping fire, each time a Genestealer Cults model from your army targets that enemy unit with a ranged attack, add 1 to the hit roll. Okay, so...
Where's overlapping fire? Where we missed that?
So, each time an Astra Militarum unit from your army is selected to shoot, you can select 1 enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to that unit. If you do until the end of that phase, models in that Astra Militarum unit can only target the enemy unit, and that enemy unit is caught in overlapping fire. So basically, you shoot at a unit, it's got to be within 18 inches of the unit you're shooting at. You can then only shoot at that unit. You can't split fire, if I'm reading this rightly. It's now caught in overlapping fire. Then your non-Astra Militarum units, which are the ones with the Genestealer cult unit keyword, can then also target that. They get +1 to hit, basically. But how do you add a Astra Militarum unit to your army? That is the rule that oddly comes afterwards. So you can include Astra Militarum units in your army even though you do not have the Genestealer cult faction keyword. The combined points cost for such an unit can be included in your army is basically the one you care about, Strike Force, which is a 2,000 point game. You can have 1,000 points. So basically you have half of your army depending on 1,000 points, 2,000 points, 3,000 points. It's always half. No Astra Militarum models from your army can be your warlord, and they lose the voice of command abilities if they have it, which is orders, basically. You cannot include units with any of the following keywords in your army, so aircraft, commissars, epic heroes, which is mostly named characters, Militarum Tempestus, so scions, Ogrins, Rattlings, Tech Priest Engine Seer, and Minotaurum Priests. Ironic, because I think they would be quite suitable being priests. So it's basically bog standard troops. Rough Riders would technically be in there as well. All your vehicles. But, no more flyers, which I think they had in the previous edition. So I think people used to have the Vulture with all the guns. So that one's gone. So someone commented in the last episode on our Facebook page that they were saying, and I think this is wrong. I'll preface this at the beginning, that you could have a non-Genestealer cult army by basically saying you have 1,000 points of Astra Militarum, and because it's an Astra Militarum keyword, you can then add in inquisitorial agents for the rest of your 1,000 points to have a 2,000 point Genestealer cult army with no Genestealer cult models in. But I assume because of the way it's worded, that it only says you can include Astra Militarum units in your army. That still is in place, that prevents you adding in Agents of the Imperium. But it'd be quite funny to check the wording of that exactly to see how that trickles down.
I mean, it's all moot in the sense that the new Agents of the Imperium book is coming out before this podcast comes out. So, I mean, whatever it says today won't be representative of what the rules are when people are hearing this. So, probably not even worth looking into. But it sounds wrong. I mean, at the end of the day, Imperial agents, as I understood it, were made available to Imperium armies, and they were kind of specific in what those were.
I would assume it's even though I think their logic was the Astra Militarum units in your army have the Imperium keyword, but it's like, but that's not your faction keyword for your army. It's the Genestealer cults. So it triggers off of that rather than what keyword some data sheets in your army might have.
I think, I mean, in the same sense that, you shouldn't really be able to add Imperial Knights and all that sort of stuff. I don't think that's feasible. But, yeah, the fact that, you can take half of your army as Astra Militarum is, interesting. Go on. No, I was just going to say, I mean, for me, in a way, this feels kind of quintessentially the way that I would want to do GSE. I think GSE kind of makes more sense when it is a combination of Astra Militarum and the forces of GSE, so I probably lean into this more than anything, although I imagine, again, as if I've read this before, but maybe this isn't the best attachment for bringing out the best elements of GSE, nor is it probably the best attachment for bringing out the best elements of Astra Militarum, but we'll get into it, I guess.
Yeah, I think you're right, because if you think about it, so they lose the voice of command. One of the biggest things with Guard is the synergy with orders to buff your shooting predominantly, and you're losing that, and then all of your data sheets only work in terms of buffs with keyword Genestealer cults. So they don't buff the Astra Militarum units at all. So they're two very distinct sort of armies that don't particularly synergize. The only synergy that happens between them from a rules mechanic point of view are these stratagems and enhancements where they do, and obviously your detachment rule where you can buff the hit roll of your Genestealer cult stuff. So that's kind of cool. But you have to bear in mind that potentially maybe your, for example, some of the Lehman Russ tanks have, you shoot at a target that gives other Astra Militarum units +1 to hit, but that won't affect your Genestealer cult. It would only affect the bubble of your Astra Militarum units within your army. But you could say that the ability to bring these big tanks along or infantry with more high-powered weapons, that is the synergy in and of itself that makes up for the lack of the synergy from the rules mechanic between those two separate bits of the army, because it's filling in a niche that you don't otherwise get access to. So that might be the thing that it's sort of like brute forcing it in. It doesn't need to be synergistic. You're just smashing that door down and it works because you've got a big Lehman Russ with you.
Indeed. So let's talk about some of these enhancements. So I'll go with the Hero Returned. So Genestealer Cult Infantry. So again, interesting in so much as, so do the Astra Militari, they gain Genestealer Cult keyword, right?
No, it's, well, here it says you can include Astra Militarum units in your army, even though they do not have the Genestealer Cult's faction keyword.
Yeah.
So no.
So they're specific with that. So Genestealer Cult Infantry. So the idea obviously being that this is a GSC character, an infantry character at that. Improve the leadership and objective control characteristic of the model in the bearer's unit by 1. So, okay, fine. Additional OC, not bad. Intriguing, I suppose, in so much as it is a GSC character. Noting that almost all of these, in fact, all of these buffs basically go on to GSC infantry characters.
Weird, right?
Very weird. Yeah, very weird.
Right, because so the one below I was going to read out, and then I was like, it's rubbish. So 5-point commander, Genestealer Cult infantry model only. Each time you target the bearer's unit with a fire Overwatch stratagem, while resolving that stratagem, hits the squadron on a modified hit roll of 5+. I was like, but I can't put this on I mean, obviously it's infantry only, but it's like, but why can't I put it on a tank commander? Like, come on, give me like a mini Pask. Genestealer Cult Pask.
I mean, I think the reason is because it would obviously be very good, and that's probably something they're trying to avoid.
Who would want something good in your army?
I think
maybe that's a bit too good, but the odd thing about this is actually the first one does affect Astra Militarum units, but it goes on a Genestealer Cult infantry model. So I think the narrative they're trying to tell you here is, even though you have the military brood brothers coming along with you, your leaders are still meant to be core Genestealer Cult infantry characters, and not like which is a bit of a shame, because I like the idea that you just got like a military officer who's a cultist, but I guess he's not meant to be your main man.
Let's be honest, I think one of the main benefits of them going in this direction as well, though, is that it avoids potential balance issues in the future. Because if they basically were like Lehman Russ Commander or Tank Commander or some kind of general terminology that opened up, Astra Militarum characters, obviously coming down the pipeline, there will be Astra Militarum codexes and updates and rules for them. So the question then becomes, it's like, is this just being done as a means of balancing this within the confines of this book? So it's like, look, it just affects the characters that we know you have access to in this book. We don't want to end up in a situation, as we have done in many other editions, where we write rules for one army that end up being layered onto another army and no one actually saw it, and then before we know it, we have a real problem. I think this
true, and I think if you really want to go down that route of Brood Brothers army, is if you've somehow built up 2,000 points of Brood Brothers. It's like you just run them as Astra Militarum and they're just cool proxies, right? They're just cool converted Astra Militarum, but you use those rules if you really wanted to ignore the Genestealer cult element because you just really love the big tanks. And
it's like what they're asking you to do at the moment with the Death Watch, right? Like basically with Death Watch, the assertion is like you can layer some actual Death Watch units into your army. They're all firstborn. They're all now, older kits. They're not old by any stretch of the imagination. They're less than 10 years old, to be fair, but they are older and non-Primaris. So, again, one of those, concerning things because GW is definitely making a habit of discontinuing their older ranges. But, I think this is the thing. I think ultimately, as you say, if you want to just run them as Astra Militarum, easily done. But equally, if you want to layer in some GSC stuff, obviously they facilitate this in this book, which is cool to see. Any stratagems you wanted to call out specifically, buddy?
Let's look at suppress and overwhelm. So it's 1 CP. Your shooting phase just after an Astra Militarum unit from your army has shot. You target that Astra Militarum unit. You then select one enemy unit hit by one or more of those attacks. Until the end of that turn, that enemy unit cannot be targeted with the Fire Overwatch stratagem, and each time a Genestealer cult unit from your army is selected to selects that enemy unit as the target of a charge, you can reroll the charge roll.
Nice.
Bit of a mouthful, but yeah, you basically get to pick a unit, it ignores Overwatch, and you get to reroll your charges, but with your Genestealer cult portion of your army. So again, that's quite good synergy between the two halves of your army. What would you go for?
In the Shadow of Iron is another one of those examples. So any phase just after an enemy unit ends a move within 9 or more of your cult ambush marker, one Astra Militarum vehicle unit from your army is selected. Select one of those cult ambush markers. You can set up a cult ambush marker anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 horizontally away from all enemy units and wholly within 6 of your units. So basically, you can use tanks as a means of safeguarding your ambush markers, which again is a nice sort of synergy. Yeah, I like that. The idea that, it's the idea of this, this guard army deployed with all of its vehicles and the cult ambushers moving and coming around it. Yeah, I really like that. I think that's a nice, flavorful way of synergizing. Leans into that mechanic quite nicely. So yeah, again, it's rare that you're going to be in a situation that someone's going to threaten your markers, but I suppose it can happen. But I'm not entirely sure when that's going to happen, but it seemingly could occur. So, good to add those layers.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, the regimental reinforcements is actually quite a good one, just to call it out, because obviously your army-wide rule doesn't affect your Brood Brothers, right? Your units died. Does it come back to life again via cult ambush? Does not affect the half of your army you're taking for Brood Brothers, with the exception of this rule. So regimental reinforcements for 1 TP. Your opponent's shooting phase or fight phase just after an Astra Militarum infantry regiment unit from your army, excluding artillery and character units, is destroyed. So it's just the infantry. That infantry unit, you can use this stratagem even though it's been destroyed. That's your target. But the effect is roll a d6 on a 3+. Your unit is placed into cult ambush, and you can place 1 cult ambush marker anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 inches horizontally away from all enemy units. If this is not possible, no marker is placed. Yeah, exactly. It's on a 3+.
Although it's still CP as well.
It's a CP. It's still not guaranteed. But it basically seems to be the only way you can bring back infantry that's part of your Brood Brothers, which is, could be quite good depending on what you can take. Because, I'm assuming you can take Kazakins because they're not Militarum Tempestus. I would assume.
Yeah, you can take Kazakin, yeah.
Which is kind of cool because they're pretty elite units. So it's nice that you could do stuff like that.
Unless they only specify the restrictions, don't they? They don't specify what you can take.
Yes, exactly. It's the restrictions, and because I would assume they would be infantry. Hold on, let's just look it up in the app while we're here. That's the joys of having the app. I would assume the Militarum Tempestos is specifically just scions only, and not the Kazakins. Hold on, data sheets. Are they under C for Kedians? Way under K. They are
K. Kazakins.
But yes, they are. They're just Kazakins. Even though they are also Kedians. No, they are, Infantry, Imperium, Grenades, Regiment, Kazakin. So you can take them. So you can take some, more elite type of infantry, which is quite good. More bang for your bucks. Obviously, you could go, it's not the most efficient synergy of your army special rules and stuff costs extra CP and things, but I think overall it's, you get to take big tanks and more elite units, so that in itself might make it worthwhile.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, this isn't obviously the most efficient way of running either list, but it's definitely thematic and fun, and I'm there for that. And I think the fact that there are synergies and there are instances where you can potentially have a bit of the best of both worlds is kind of nice. Unfortunately, I feel like, half a dozen of one, 6 of the other never amounts to a full 12. But, we're still optimistic. And again, more options for the Astra Militarum is always cool to see. So, I'm there for that. I think my favourite time with GSE was definitely when they were first introduced in 7th edition, mostly just because of the way that edition allowed you to lean into terrain builds. It's something that's never really been as well realised. 8th edition did dabble with a more robust selection of terrain, but it never really did anything that incredible. Nowadays, terrain features are, more of a kind of, not an afterthought, but they're very rarely seen. I actually
they're much more faction specific, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I played against someone running an Aegis defense line at RFW. First time I've seen one of those ever. And I, massively applauded that individual for doing so because I think they're great. But one of the lists that I never got around to making, but one of the lists I concepted around GSC in 7th was a fortified GSC army built around Astra Militarum GSC. Where the idea was as they were all fortified in bastions and other imperial bunkers, and then they used their cult ambush to essentially redeploy and then sort of strike from behind. So the idea that you'd have this really entrenched kind of defensive network that would just be raining down hell on your opponent with all of the battery fire and heavy bolters and all the other crazy stuff you could get inside of these fortifications, only to have the inhabitants of those fortifications, the GSE, to miraculously disappear and then reappear behind you and then slice you up in the combat phase. I thought that was going to be a fun list, but never got around to making it. And obviously 7th edition went the way it did. But I genuinely feel like GSE, again, as we were sort of saying, leaning into that kind of numerous, unnumbered kind of army mechanic where they're just coming back and leaning on that mechanic. I mean, again, it's interesting with the detachments that they've concocted that there are some interesting, options that don't just deal with the kind of main ideas. But it feels like the one where you get everyone riled up and martyr people seems very immediately potent, as does also just kind of like the main one, right? So it's quite evident where the kind of strength lies, but I definitely would see an argument for running the Astra Militarum Brood Brothers build as often as possible, just to give you a bit more of a fleshed out range, if nothing else.
Well, also allows you to build an army up with less models, right? Because you can take more vehicles. Obviously, they have a few, if you want, like the rock grinders and stuff, which are actually pretty decent.
Really nice kit.
And especially, obviously, you can take the sort of vehicle-heavy detachment if you really want to lean into that. But I think
the Jackal one was quite fun with the stickies. That was all right.
Yeah, I think it gives it. But again, I sort of feel like basically, unless if you're doing a skew army where you're leaning into an archetype of just a few units, there are those options for you, which is great. But if you just want a bit of more of an all-round army, you basically have the first one, or you have the Brood Brothers one. And that's your choice. And I think personally I would go for Brood Brothers just because it gives you more variety of vehicles and infantry that you could take, even though there's maybe a bit less synergy, but it does give you a lot more sort of firepower that you wouldn't normally get access to otherwise, because a lot of your army is quite close combat or short range orientated. So yeah, it just unlocks like this new play style. So that would be the one I would lean towards if I was to pick one personally, because I think that would be really cool sort of theme wise. Do you want to start looking at some of the data sheets?
Yeah, I think so, mate. We'll do data sheets, and then I reckon we'll wrap up our final thoughts on this book. Are there any particular data sheets you want to look at, Phil? I feel like
many.
For me,
go on.
For me, I feel like the first place you got to look is in the kind of the name state, right? So the patriarch and the pure strains, I feel like are the places to begin.
Got to start with the patriarch, the big boy himself.
Exactly.
I'll take the lead on this one, and then you can have the next
Please,
pick.
yeah.
So movement 8 inches, speedy, toughness 5, 4-up save with a 4-up invulnerable save, 6 wounds, leadership 6, but only 1 OC. Very poor. He comes with deep strike.
He's not interested in holding objectives, Phil. He's there to kill.
He's there to kill. He's got deep strike. He's got infiltrators. He's a leader. He can join pure stirring Genestealers. If this model is in your army, it must be your warlord, and you can't include more than one model in your army. For weapons, he just has the claws of death. That's not what they're actually called. They're just patriarch claws, but they come with devastating wounds and are twin linked. They're 5 attacks, hitting on 2s, strength 6, but obviously re-rolling on your wound roll, minus 2 AP and just 2 damage, but 5 attacks isn't too shabby. However, while this model is leading a unit, melee weapons equipped by models in that unit, again, slightly oddly worded, not just pure strain GNCs, I assume this is also includes the patriarch itself, because models in that unit have the devastating wounds ability. Which
he already has, but
Oh yeah, so doesn't affect him. It literally just buffs the pure strength.
I mean, it might do, but it's
double devastating wounds. Double devastating wounds. He's got. I really like this. It's quite cool. Cosmic Horror, which is a psychic ability at the start of the fight phase, which is every fight phase. Each enemy model within 6 inches of this model must take a battle shock test. Kind of cool. Kind of interesting. It's the start of the fight phase. Obviously, you can't use any stratagems if they're battle shocked, but they might potentially lose their OC while they're on an objective. And obviously, this is something we've talked about a lot. Like, are these things like battle shock abilities any good? Do they have a real impact on the game? Possibly not, but I like the idea of it. And the fact that it's every enemy unit within 6, I think that's pretty good.
They can definitely come into effect. So Incubi have the same ability, although it's not psychic in the case of Incubi, and it's only the one unit. But regardless, like Incubi have that ability to make people take battle shock at the start of combat, and it is vastly powerful, valuable, because you can essentially shut off people's abilities to utilize defensive abilities like armor of contempt, or even interrupt, which is massive. Oh yeah,
that's true. Yeah. So what makes this even more interesting is the last one, the Psychic Familiar, which is a tiny little model that you get to place next to him. Once per battle at the start of the fight phase, this model can use its Psychic Familiar. I assume he just eats him. If it does, until the end of that phase, add 6 inches to the range of its Cosmic Horror ability. So it goes from 6-inch range to a 12-inch aura for switching to force people to do battle shock tests, which is cool. I mean, obviously, I always think battle shock should be done at like a sort of -1 leadership or something to keep it interesting. But even so, I think it's thematically fun and interesting.
That, or they should just reduce the leadership.
Everybody's leadership, yes. Yeah.
To make it more impactful on gameplay. And also I feel like there needs to be mechanics around, like if you've lost a battle shock test, to then, like, because there's a lot of weird stipulations. Stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. Like, it feels like you should pass the test to be un-battle shocked. Whereas a lot of times where it's like, oh, that happened to me in my combat phase, but I now meet the criteria, so I'm good again. It's always a bit of a weird one. It feels like they should have some kind of mechanic for Yeah, and it should have other impacts. I feel like it should reduce stats, reduce movement, reduce overall efficiency.
Yes, because in theory, in this case, you battle shock them. Let's say they fail their test, they're battle shocked in your fight phase. It's then their turn. If they're not under half strength, there's no reason for them to take the test again. So they're just back to being normal again. Whereas if it is like an ongoing, persistent thing, it makes these much more powerful. Maybe they would, the designers would think that's too powerful. But personally, that's how I would like to see it operate.
Indeed. Pure strain Genestealers, so the accompaniment to the Patriarch. They also have a movement of 8, so they're speedy. Unlike the Patriarch, they have a save of 5/5, so 5 up save and 5 up invulnerable.
And toughness 4.
And a toughness of 4. Toughness 4. So they're like the reverse. The Patriarch is toughness 5. These guys are toughness 4. The Patriarch has a 4+ invuln and or save. These guys have a 5+ invuln and or save. They have 2 wounds, which is pretty healthy. Leadership is 7 and an OC of 1. They are armed with claws and talons, which are 4 attacks with no special rules. 4 attacks, hitting on 2s with weapon skill 2+, strength 4, AP 2, 1 damage. They are deep strikers, infiltrators. They have the Cult Ambush faction ability, and they are swift and deadly. This unit is eligible to declare a charge in a turn in which it advanced, which obviously is incredibly strong, and you can take 10 of those.
And obviously, if you give them the Patriarch, they get devastating wounds, and if you took them in the Biosantic Brood Surge, you can give them +1 to charge rolls and +1 attack on the turn that they charged. So you can lean into it and make them, 5 attacks each with devastating wounds. Still only 1 damage, but, can't win them all.
I think it's interesting, right? Because obviously within the GSC, you're going to take... Every GSC army is probably going to take the Patriarch and is probably going to take this 1 unit of 10 pure strain Genestealers. I'm seeing it a lot with NID players that they're leaning into multiple units of Genestealers. And what's unique about, obviously, the main Tyranid armies is they get the Genestealer units plus the Brood Lord. Who is, so the Brood Lord, which is like the Patriarch, but not a Patriarch. So obviously main NID armies are able to over-index in this kind of powerful unit, which is very similar to how it is presented here, although slightly different.
I mean, I don't know if the stats are any different, but it always used to be pure strain Genestealers were better than the standard Genestealers, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, well, the intent was that obviously pure strain Genestealers were bred over many, many years to be this kind of 100% pure Genestealer strain. But the idea of that is that they were then being birthed by, human or hybrid hosts. So the idea is that over time, the symbiosis of Genestealer and human DNA would culminate in this pure strain. But then technically, I suppose, all Genestealers that are deployed as kind of biomorphs as constructs of the Hive Fleet will, by their very nature, be pure strain because they're just created for that purpose, right? Because if anything, they're purer than pure strain because they're just coming straight from the biomass.
Yeah, I think there's a particular definition around it. However, so looking up the stats and the weapon stats are the same. Regular Genestealers get a Scout 8-inch versus Deep Strike and Infiltrate for the Pure Strain.
Nice.
Obviously, the Pure Strain gets Advance and Charge. These guys instead get, each time a model makes an attack, reroll the hit roll of 1. If the target is within range of 1 or more objective markers, reroll the wound roll of 1 as well. Which is arguably better. But, you can Deep Strike and Infiltrate and you get to Advance and Charge. So, swings and roundabouts.
The only thing that confuses me about the Patriarch is the idea that I understand the original origins of the Patriarch, which was that they went, we've got this Brood Lord model, we've got these Genestealer models, we're just going to basically do a new one of those, and that'll be our Patriarch for GSC. But archetypally, it doesn't really make any sense in the construct of a GSC army. It's like, I love the old Patriarch model from back in the day.
The throne.
The gribbly, the fat one that would just sort of like, I'm in charge here. Like, to be honest with you, I kind of want the Patriarch to be more devious. The thing is with this is like, this is my super smart, like, evil mastermind leader, and he's just seemingly going to hurl himself into combat turn one. And it feels like utterly at odds with what I'd want him to be doing.
I see where you're coming from. He is still meant to be that slightly.
I get that.
He's slightly bigger, so he's meant to, he's grown to be the biggest and baddest. And I like the cosmic horror ability because it's leading into that more trixier version of him where he's just horrendous. Like, he's basically the alien queen, right? That's what he's meant to sort of represent. Like, he's just meant to be bigger and badder, but you're all right. He's a bit more of a combat monster, but he's not like wildly amazing as a combat monster. But he's, I guess, with the pure strain Genestealers, they become quite a big threat in and of themselves. I mean, maybe it would have been nicer if he also had some kind of like psychic shooting attack as well. But, I don't mind the cosmic horror ability to sort of represent that more devious nature of him.
Yeah, I just like the idea that he would be skulking around in the back,
telling people
be
what to
an
do.
absolute monster when he needs to be, but ultimately be more about hurling things forwards and letting them die, and being more about because the thing is like, in a way, it's weird that the Patriarch is this almost. And I mean, he's not particularly noble; he's ferocious, but it's the idea that he is now this noble combatant. I kind of just would have preferred him to just be a monster, or in the sense that he was just like do everything he could just to not get involved, just to be like, yeah, you deal with that, or you go over there, and I don't know. I'd love to see lots of sneaky, underhanded stuff from him because it feels more appropriate, but whatever. Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
you want him to be like Thanos in the first few movies where he's just sat in the background doing nothing, and then he's like, fine, I'll do it myself, and then he comes out at the 11th hour to smack people down.
You know what he should be like? He should be like the Bone Reaper character that I forget the name of from Age of Sigmar. The guy that basically sits on the chair or sit with his entourage and only actually gets to attack.
Kratos? No.
Something like that. Whatever it is. But he only ever attacks when the opponent is worth imbothering. Like, I love that. Like, literally, it's like, how many wounds you got? It's not worth my time, mate. I'll let the lads get you. Like, it's just always like, oh, it's something I've got to kill. Fair enough. Hold my beer.
That's his name.
Yeah. But anyway, there you go. That's them. I mean, they seem strong, but the problem is like the fact you only get one Patriarch, you're only going to go with one unit of pure strain Genestealers. If you go with one unit of pure strain Genestealers, you're basically hurling them out there to die in a kind of alpha.
You could go with
fashion.
more deliberately to plug into the cult ambush abilities. Like, yes, they don't give the devastating wounds, but they're probably, other than that aberrance, your biggest like close combat threat. So I could see people just taking more of them.
But they needed to give you another unit that could join them. Like, another character that could have joined those pure strains would have been like, they should have done like a middle ground somewhere or something to give them some access to additional buffs. Because that to me is a miss. Because you're going to want to put them in your army, but they're always going to under-index for you, I feel like.
Joke answer. They should have given you the Atlan Jackal, the ability to ride along with them like in Jurassic World.
100%. 100%.
That's what they need to do.
That is 100% what they should have done.
Come on, Bill.
Yes,
they're in the right colour to make it happen as well. Yeah, that's what it should be.
Another unit that probably should be talked about, and actually one of the things that's super interesting. So there are a lot, like you said, there's a lot of characters in this book, and there's a lot of.
They all do some really interesting synergies.
Yeah, so you've got some that are lone ops, like the bike one you were just talking about, but also things like
Calamorph.
Yeah. There's a lot of lone ops, which is great. there's a lot of kind of mainstay leaders, but then there's also quite a lot of lieutenants, i.e. characters that you can add to units that already have characters in them. So things like the Nekos or the Clamavus, or whatever it is.
Yeah, the Clamavus, the Biphagus. Yeah, they're all very similar to like a commissar can be added to a unit with a command squad in for guard. So I like that you can actually double up on some characters to get like the extra sort of layering of buffs, which I think is pretty good.
But the weird one is to me is this new Benefictus character. So I still don't like the model very much. I think it's a very, very. The thing that confuses me about the model, and I said this before, is the idea that Genestealer cult would breed and create a type of creature that required actual technology enhancements in order to actually move around and exist. Because it looks like the only reason this thing is able to get around places is because its brain is being held up by various mechanical components. But be that as it may, the implication is that this was your anti-monster, anti-tank buff that was supposed to really kind of help you kill big things. So let's see how it stacks up. It has a movement of 6, a toughness of 3, a save of 5+, with a 5+ invulnerable save, has 3 wounds, which is not very good at all, a leadership of 7, and an OC of 1. It's got 2 ranged weapons, or rather 1 ranged weapons with 2 profiles, both of which being psychic. So you've got the focus witchfire and witchfire variants of the Psychonic Cascade. So if you're doing it normally without hazardous being added in, it's range 18, 1 attack, ballistic skill 3+, strength 12, -3, d6 +1. And then if you go for the hazardous variant, it's 2 attacks, ballistic skill 3, strength 12, -3, d6 +1. So 2 shots hitting on 3s. Bearing in mind, hazardous, if it does go wrong for you, there's a very real chance this thing gets killed. Because 3 wounds is...
doesn't that go onto the unit, so it wouldn't actually go onto him?
No, not in the case of hazardous. Hazardous is resolved by the unit that is, or the model that is engaged. Hazardous.
I think you're wrong, but
okay, that's fine. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I will quickly look it up.
You look that up while I just...
Because it sort of looks like it should be that, but I sort of seem to have a vague recollection. Hold on. Hazardous... hazardous, each time a unit is selected, shoot or fight. For each one, if you do so, roll 1d6. On a 1, that test is failed. For each failed test, you must resolve the following. If possible, select one model in that unit that has lost 1 or more wounds, and is equipped with 1 or more hazardous weapons. Okay. Otherwise, if possible, select one model in that unit, excluding character models equipped with 1 or more hazardous weapons. Otherwise, select one character model in that unit equipped with 1 or more hazardous weapons. If the model was selected, that unit suffers 3 mortal wounds, and when allocating the mortal wounds, they must be allocated to that selected model. So unless you happen to have a unit that could also carry hazardous weapons, you're right, it will go straight onto him. I thought you could, cheekily bypass, and I don't think anything will really have hazardous weapons. No, so it will just hybrids. It will just outright kill him on a 1 in 6 roll.
Nothing in neophyte hybrids. Because
here's the thing. So he can go with Acolyte hybrids. There's 2 day sheets for Acolyte hybrids. One is with hand flamers, which you won't want to take because of his ability, which we'll get onto in a minute. But obviously you've got one with auto pistols and one with neophyte hybrids, which I think is probably the best one that you would do based on his abilities.
Agreed. And none of those are hazardous.
No.
So basically, that's rough, man. 3 wounds with no feel, no pain.
Yeah, you could potentially get a feel no pain. Hold on, let's just check the Biphagus. Does he give you a feel no pain anywhere? No, maybe not. No, I thought there was a way of getting a feel no pain, but
I mean, it might be a stratagem or something.
Yes, there is. So the Locus, he can join the Acolyte hybrids, Neophyte hybrids. Okay, so he can do it. While this model is leading a unit, other character models attached to this unit have a Feel No Pain 4+ ability.
Fine. So if you're taking the Benefictus, you have to put a Locus in the
if you want to, because I would say you really want the
you want the
to do the
shots.
2 shots. Yeah, for sure.
You want the 2 shots for sure. But again, and this was going to bring on my other point there, by the way, which is it's weird that the Benefactus is a mainstay character, i.e. not one of the lieutenants. Like, to me, it feels like it should have been a lieutenant character. It doesn't really make sense that it's the main one, but whatever.
Yes, I see what you mean, because he's got the leader rule that says he can join.
Yeah.
But, actually, no, it can't happen. Hold on, let's read this, because it says, so for Locus, it specifically says, so he says he can join similar units. It says you can attach this model to Acolyte hybrids, Neophyte hybrids, even if a Primus, Magus, or Acolyte Icon Ward model has been already attached to it.
Wow.
So you can't actually do it because he's a standalone edition, and he's not one of the ones that you can double up with.
That feels like a mistake. They must have FAQ'd that, or they must be about to have it. That can't be right.
Maybe
why would you have it
it's
that the
risk.
Benefactus is the only one that can only be on its own?
Because he's a badass. He doesn't. He's I don't know. Yeah, it is odd that Primus Magus. I guess Sanctus is on his own, but he's not meant to be with anyone anyway.
Just checking. So they did a GSE update on the 1st of August. Regiment reinforcements, hybrid metamorph abilities, brood, second paragraph. No. Can promise. Okay, no, there's nothing about that specifically.
Oh,
all right, fine.
I mean, that would have been a great combo if it was possible, but it's not.
It would have been a helpful combo. But yeah, basically, this guy's ability is he's got deep strike and he's a leader. Again, can't come back from the dead because he doesn't have cold ambush, but does have bio horror disruption, which is a psychic ability. While this model is leading a unit, ranged weapons equipped by models in that unit have the lethal hits ability. Which is interesting because the source of it is psychic, but whatever. And then
but like I said, you wouldn't want that with the hand flamers because they won't benefit from it.
And the Psychonic Shield, once per battle at the start of any phase, this model can use this ability. It does until the end of the phase. This model has a 4+ invulnerable save. Fine. I mean, again, what the circumstances are where it would be on its own with 4+. Here's what I don't like about it is you've got to know in advance that your unit's going to be shot, that if you have any bodyguards that they're definitely going to die and that you'll need to trigger it, or he just happens to be on his own. And again, you need to be able to second guess your opponent. So I kind of hate abilities that are triggered at the start of a phase when they're effectively passive abilities because they're reactive to your opponent, and they might be like, cool, you've triggered this once per battle ability. I'm just not going to shoot him this turn. I'll just deal with him next turn. Or I won't shoot at him in this phase and I'll just kill him in combat instead. Because it only lasts for a phase. I know I've spouted this mechanic before, but I feel like it's something... Right, you've got a giant brain dude, right? And you've given him an ability called Psychonic Shield, the idea that, he's using his immense psychic fortitude to defend itself with 4-up invuln. Why don't you just make it like something crazy, like it's once per phase, but it's this ability, but you just sort of go, cool, basically, this phase... all casualties are resolved at the end of the phase, and nothing can target him or whatever. So the idea that literally, I don't know, just make it or do something like it just like everyone stays alive until your next turn or something. Like the idea that he's like manipulating them like puppets or something, like the Emperor in with his Custodes in the recent books. Like, yeah, I don't know, like something like that, like he's sort of manipulating or doing something. Again, I've not really fleshed that out very well, but I don't know. I mean, the thing is, right, is this guy is... I don't see why you take him. He seems terrible. I mean, the model's awful. The rules are terrible. It's like they didn't want to sell this thing. I mean, this continues in. I mean, GW have really done a few own goals in terms of new characters in 40k this year. I mean, between this and the stilt guy for Mechanicus, it's not a great showing.
True. I mean, I think the fact that you can give a unit lethal hits might be interesting, but that's just going on a generic unit, and this is maybe a nicer buffing piece because I guess he would also get those lethal hits. And that affects his shooting. I guess he's just a nice addition to give you additional anti-tank sort of firepower. But it's like, if you're doing Brood Brothers, you're just going to take tanks anyway. And there are other things to do. But I guess if you're doing a pure Genestealer cult, then he's sort of a nice addition. But I think Hazardous for only one extra shot is not. I mean, it just, I don't know, it feels quite risky considering he's only got 3 wounds. If he had 4 wounds, so you'd be like, cool, if it happens, he's only on 1 wound. I know, but then maybe it's more fun when his brain explodes and he just dies, right?
Yeah. I mean, and then does loads of extra mortal wounds to everything else around him.
Yeah, I mean, because his thing, it used to be D3 damage. But I would run that risk much more because it's like, cool, he's got 3 wounds and I'm rolling D3 for my damage. But that's the thing, seems like a fair risk.
If they made it hazardous, that's one thing, but they make it hazardous and psychic. It's that ridiculous combination because hazardous on its own would just be him dead. But hazardous with psychic means that he's dead and then lots of other stuff starts dying. So it's like...
Does it?
Yeah, because that's a perils, isn't it? That is a perils in the warp.
How do you perils?
If you die from a hazardous psychic attack.
Does that do something?
I swear that's... Oh, God. I mean, you know what? I might be wrong about that. It never comes up. Psychic is such a non-event in this game. It never comes up.
Here's the thing. I think normally what happens is if it's a psychic sort of... Because some things are like sort of more psychic tests where it's like roll a d6 on a 2+, this thing happens. Yeah. But on a 1, you take d3 mortal wounds.
Well, normally you're on a 1, nothing happens.
Yeah, but the old school style of... I've died from a perils in the warp and stuff explodes, I think was previous edition stuff. Because under the hazardous rule, it doesn't have anything to do with, psychic. And psychic sort of a meaningless keyword in and of itself.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, I'm just looking at it here. Yeah, no, that's good to clarify. God, it's weird, isn't it? The stuff that you just assume is carried over edition to edition. All right, cool. Phil, give us one more data sheet, mate, and then we'll do our general summary and we'll conclude this romp through the worlds of GSC.
Fair enough. I will go for the Acolyte hybrids with auto pistols.
Oh, what a pick.
Is that definitely the ones I want?
You want the hand flavors instead?
No. I think they're both good. Actually, I'll do the hybrid metamorphs.
Okay.
They've got, because of their ability, I think is slightly more interesting. So they are the ones that are the much more gribbly, even than the regular hybrids, because they've got like tentacle arms. So they are movement of 6 inches, toughness 4, a 5-up save, a 1 wound, leadership 7, and 1 OC. They are deep strike. They are feel no pain 5+. Ooh, actually, so hold on, because I think that guy can actually join these guys, hybrid metamorphs. Okay, so if the benefactus does join their unit, these guys have feel no pain 5+. So I assume, does that confer onto him? I would assume so.
Maybe.
Let's
say yes.
Who knows? Anyway, they also have scouts 6 inches. There are between 5 and 10 of them. They're all armed with auto pistols, and the leader gets special bioweapons and everyone else gets mutations. So, auto pistol is a generic 12-inch range, 1 shot, hitting on 4s, strength 3, 0 AP, 1 damage. Pretty naff. Obviously, you can replace the auto pistols with hand flamers if you so choose, but one hybrid metamorph auto pistol can be replaced with one cult icon, which you'll definitely want to do. For the melee weapons, you've got the leader's bioweapons, which is 5 attacks, hitting on 3s, strength 5, -1, 2 damage. And then the metamorph mutations, which is everyone else. They've got 2 profiles, strike and sweep. The strike is similar to the bioweapons, but it's only 3 attacks instead of 5. But you can instead have a sweep attack instead of the strike, which is 5 attacks, but it's strength 4 and only 1 damage instead of strength 5 and 2 damage. So you get a bit more choice with the variety. However, there's some things that are cool here. So Brood Surge, which is their ability. So each time an enemy unit is selected to shoot, after that unit is shot, if any models from this unit were destroyed as a result of those attacks, this unit can make a Brood Surge move. To do so, roll 1d6. This unit can be moved a number of inches up to the result, but it must end that move as close as possible to the closest enemy unit, excluding aircraft, noting that there isn't the unit that shot at you, which sort of feels like it should be, but it's just the closest enemy unit. When doing so, those models can be moved within engagement range of the enemy unit. So you can, if you get shot multiple times and a model dies, you can move multiple times and end up in combat. If at the start of the battle, every model in this unit is equipped with an auto pistol, each time this unit makes a Brood Surge move, it can move up to 6 inches instead of d6. A unit cannot make a Brood Surge move while it is battle shocked. So that in itself, I think, is such a cool, fun ability. I remember, Black Templars used to have that back in the day. And I like how it's every time I sort of almost wished it was every time you were just shot at, but it's specifically when a model dies. However, you can counteract your models dying with the cult icon. So you trade in an auto pistol to get this. In your command phase, you can return up to D3 destroyed models to the bearer's unit. If the bearer's unit is within range of an objective marker you can control, you can return up to 3 destroyed models in that unit instead. This ability cannot be used to return destroyed character models attached to the units, and any one-shot weapons equipped by returned models that were shot before they were destroyed are still considered to have been shot, so you can't replenish one-shot weapons, not that these guys have. But that cult icon is on most of the units, like the generic guys. And the fact that you can have, 3 guys return I think it's pretty strong. Especially since a lot of your army can do that.
It is very strong. I suppose the offset is, what's the argument in terms of whether it's better to have the guaranteed 6-inch move over the D6? Because obviously your whole army, your whole unit doesn't have auto pistols in that situation.
Oh, every model in this unit. Oh, do you know what? I didn't realise that. I thought you could do both. Oh, no. Tricksy. Because I assumed it was more, we don't want you to have hand flamers. The hand flamers. Interesting.
Yeah.
Tricksy. Because the 6 would be strong.
Very strong, I mean, almost, in a lot of circumstances, stronger than the regen.
True.
I don't know which is better. I mean, D6 is so swingy, so I think on balance, I'd probably not put the icon on, but because the thing is right, let's be honest with ourselves. If I put myself in a situation where you could shoot at these guys, they're dead. 10 of those are going to die to...
True. You would need to just go, I've just got to kill them.
Yeah. T3, they've got 5-up save.
No, toughness 4,
T4.
5-up.
Sorry, T4.
But T4, they've got a feel no pain of 5+ as well.
That does give them a bit of an edge, but I mean, your average squad of anything will probably wipe them away without too much aggro.
Because here's the thing, the neophyte hybrids, when they have a cult icon, can return D3... they just return 3 models, but if they're within range of objective marker, it's D3 plus 3. So that's really cool on your sort of bog standard guys as well.
Very good for them, yeah, very good for them. It makes sense for them, but maybe for these ones, not so much. But interesting. Well, look, buddy, let's just wrap it up because, we've talked for a long time about GSC. Hopefully our listeners, you, dear listener, found it interesting. I certainly have, to be fair. As kind of asserted from the outset, Genestealer Cult is basically the army that keeps coming back. Mechanically, that is kind of interesting, but obviously you're already dealing with a very numerous army. And my overarching frustration with some of the design decisions that have kind of powered 10th edition has been this desire for people's armies not to go away or not for any kind of feel-bad mechanics that essentially lead to removal of models. So an army that is essentially built around the concept that it is always regenerating miniatures, that it's always returning from the dead, albeit on 5+ from battle rounds 3, 4, and 5. It just feels like one of those armies that, again, like one of the things that's actually quite satisfying about tabletop war games, in my experience, is the challenges, but also the inevitability of the loop that comes from beating your opponent or being beaten by your opponent, knowing that, the game will speed up and we're going to rush towards the end. There's always the thing with 40k where turn 1, turn 2 takes a long time, turn 3 a little less, turn 4 even less, turn 5 super quick. But when you've got an army that's predicated around the notion that all the time it's coming back, it's just like, oh God, it feels like a mechanic that isn't super fun for your opponent, and it feels like a mechanic that is just a bit kind of laborious. And my concern with this is that although it is potentially powerful, I'm not entirely convinced it's fun, and I'm certain it's not fun in a time-restrained competitive tournament setting. But, obviously some great players are going to use this stuff, and this is a mechanic that kind of embodies the idea of what the army is trying to portray. Personally, I think they could have been more inventive with it, but ultimately it is what it is. GSC conceptually are a really fun concept of an army. I like the sound of them. It's got some really interesting units and some fun stuff in it. Although, again, I feel like the Patriarch doesn't make any sense within the constraints of the army. And I'd love to see better rules for that Brood Brothers synergy. So, yeah, all things being equal, this is not the book that is going to make me go out and buy GSC. I think they're too expensive, too numerous, and too nuanced for me to want to play them. But I think, there are obviously a lot of really interesting tools in there. And if you are someone who likes this stuff, well, then obviously this is the kind of stuff you like and ultimately good for you. But for me, yeah, like I'm not reading this and thinking, cool, blimey, I want to play GSC. I kind of think like, God, I hope I never see them across the tabletop. They sound tedious. So, yeah, that's my vibe on it. I don't want to sort of hate on them. I'm certainly not hating on them. But ultimately, it's just a bit of a nothing burger. It's like it's an Imperial Guard army with some weird wibbly Xenos units. It's all right. It just feels like there's nothing in there that makes them really stand out to me. Although I do. No, I'll stick to it. I was about to sort of maybe defend the Cult Ambush rule, but I've obviously just spent a moment saying that I don't really enjoy it. So, yeah, it's all right. I mean, GSC have never really. That's not even true. GSC have definitely appealed to me in the past. I'm trying to think of what I'm even trying to say. I'm underwhelmed by that one. Bad cover, underwhelming rules. Not for me. Phil, please, for the love of God,
so you're
say
saying
something positive.
You can. So you're going to say you can judge this codex by its cover?
Sadly, I'm going to have to, but I feel bad because I know people love it, and I'm not trying to sort of take away from your enjoyment of it. I think ultimately, if you love these kind of mechanics, it's great. It's the same problem I've always had with the old Necron armies. Like, do you remember when the first ridiculous detachment came into existence in 6th/7th edition? So much so that everyone called every janky detachment in those games. They were like, "Oh, what's your Jakarian detachment?" or whatever it was called. And all that was my Necron army never dies. And it was always like, oh, God, this is so dull. Like, why aren't you dead? And that's sort of like this. It's just like, when will you go away? Yeah, if you're playing against GSC or playing GSC, chest clock, everybody. Chest clock that. That's
fair enough. Here's the thing. I think to really lean into that kind of the cult ambush mechanic where everything's coming back, it has to all be the infantry, can't be the Brood Brothers unless you use that stratagem, and it can't be any of the vehicles. So I don't think you would have a very efficient army because it's just lots of infantry. You've got only a handful. Unless you went full in on Pure Strange Seers and Aberrant, you're not even going to have anything that has more than like 2 or even 1 damage for the most part. Like your shooting's not going to be great, your combat's not going to be great unless you really went into the bigger monsters. So I just don't think that it's going to be that as prevalent as annoying as it could be for those like late parts of the game. I think most part you're going to have like half of your army can potentially be coming back. The other half's going to be vehicles or Brood Brothers or something else, or characters. So I think it's the cult ambush rule's kind of cool, but hopefully it won't be as annoying, but it'll just be a nice bonus for your Genestealers. When I was reading the detachments, I sort of was a bit underwhelmed by it, and I was like, these just doesn't seem that interesting. However, when I went through the data sheets, I was really excited. I thought all the characters give you some nice synergies and like play styles to lean into, and obviously the play styles of depending on what units you want, the detachments do lean into that as well. I thought the Aberrants were really cool. I think they're pretty strong, especially the character, the guy that can join the Aberrants. Even though we didn't talk about the Jackals and the ATVs, I think they're pretty cool. And the Ridge Runners and the Rock Grinders, I think are really cool. I've always loved the Rock Grinder mini, I think, or the concept of it at the very least. And, you can have troops in there and it does pack a punch in combat as well. So I think having lots of those kind of vehicles would be really cool. I read through all the units and I was really excited by it. And then I saw some reviews online and they said it's a terrible codex, which I sort of disagree with. I think thematically it's really good. And it's quite flavorful. The detachments are pretty good. They're not maybe the most amazing thing in the world, and none of them really wow you as being really strong. There's a lot of movement based stuff and there's a lot of switching off, forcing battle shock tests and things like that. So it's a very finesse army, and I think the Genestealer cult has always been a finesse army. So I just don't know if it's necessarily going to be a strong or powerful army, like competitive wise, but I think thematically it's pretty good. I've always loved the minis. I've still got the minis from the Death Watch Overkill box that one day I will crack open and build. But today is not that day. Even though I enjoyed some of the, the units that are in the current codex.
I mean, I agree with you in so much as the miniatures are cool, but I agree with the internet in so much as the book isn't great in terms of the codex and what it offers. Again, I'm just looking at some examples of army lists that people have been taking to try and be like even moderately competitive with it. Not that that's the be all or an end all, but it gives you a flavor for what, maybe GW is intending for the army to look like. And, you're looking at situations where you've got in excess of like 8 characters, 70 infantry miniatures, some vehicles. It's like, wow, man, like that's just a lot of bodies. And to have to then basically be in it, and then to be in a situation, because this army that I'm looking at here has a total of 9 units with the cult ambush rule, of which they are, so that's 40, so 70 infantry units broken up over 9 unit entries. So again, just like so much stuff just coming back and churning through. And then when you factor in the way that people play with the terrain where interactivity is reduced in terms of shooting, the emphasis on combat mechanics that these guys are going to be able to utilize, to me, it feels like, and again, I'm not even suggesting this is powerful. I'm just suggesting it's a bit tedious. I feel like, I don't know, man. Like, to me, I think GW at the moment in 40k has a problem, and their problem is that they've got loads of armies that they don't really know what to do with. They've got Sisters of Battle where they just kind of leaned into insanely powerful units and other miracle dice mechanics to kind of create a very skewed, overpowered army, which they then appropriately pointed to try and bring down in power level, and now isn't necessarily as terrifying as it felt like it was going to be at the start. But ultimately, you know, that was an interesting kind of take on them. But then you got things like Mechanicus, you got things like GSC, you got things like Guard, Votan, other things maybe that just it all becomes very hoardy, and I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure what the fun is with this. It feels like to me what I want from GSC is I want an army that's super elite. I want like 40 minis in an army, but for them all to be durable and hit like a truck. You know, like just lean into being more elite. You know.
Well, that's what the aberrants are for, I guess. I think,
exactly.
You know, the very premise of Genestealer Cult is kind of hoardy, but I think the problem is the game is so hoardy and big in general, it makes Genestealer Cult unwieldy to play. And actually, the game as a whole needs to shrink down in size, so Genestealer Cult can be a horde army with the coming back mechanics, so they're, again, even less hoardy than they do need to be, because you've got some recursion with the models coming back, and then it makes it much more manageable and enjoyable for everyone to play.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you work on the average assumption that of these, and by the way, there's no limit, is there, on Cult Ambush? I.e., you die and you come back, you die and you come back, right?
Yes, yeah.
So theoretically, I mean,
as long as you can roll a 5 up.
Yeah, of course. So it's, you know, but I mean, even then, I mean, the reckless abandonment you can have battle rounds 1 and 2 in terms of being able to come back on 4+. Admittedly, obviously, it's only half of your rolls, but you know, you can get lucky. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what they were going for with this. It just feels like a mess of a concept, and yeah, I hate to be negative because you know I've actually really enjoyed going through the book. I think there was a lot of things to be positive about. It's just, I think overall, I'm just a bit like, oh god, what a weird mechanic to land on, and yeah, I don't know. I feel like, and again, I'll say on that one other thing as well, because everything in the game is based around basically, are these things Space Marines? No. Okay, well, Space Marines need to be more powerful than stuff. So, because obviously Space Marines are your baseline, in this game, it just sort of feels like anything that in the lore isn't quite Space Marine level just doesn't get to be powerful, and they then rely on numeracy. But it always feels like Skitarii should be really, really efficient at like shooting and killing things with range. In the same regards, these guys should be really good at killing things in combat. It's weird to me that they never quite give them the shine that they feel like they need. Whereas in other game systems, it feels like human-type characters are given a little bit more pomp and circumstance, a bit more power. But I think because everything in this game is based around the Space Marine baseline, we end up in this situation where it's like, well, we want people to be able to take armies of hundreds of Space Marines, or tens of Space Marines, 60. You know, we want people to be able to take 60 Space Marines. Therefore, every other army needs to be 100+ miniatures to account for the differential in power. And that's a weird vibe.
Because the aberrants, for example, which are like the one of the hardest hitting, like they're the big tough guys, right? So they get 3 attacks each, hit on 3s, strength 7, -2 AP, but just 2 damage. And that feels really underwhelming. However, the Abominant, which is the big guy that can join them, he's 4 attacks, hits on 3s, strength 12, -2 D6 +1. So it's like, cool, he's awesome. But he's like one of the few things in the game that can really hit hard. Whereas the other guys, the unit that he's with, just feels, in the Codex is a bit underwhelming. And I was like, and again with the Genestealers, I just sort of feel like they need to up the damage from like 1s to 2s and 2s to 3s. So you've got something that can then deal with, you know, the vehicles and the monster sort of level characters that they're going up against without having to necessarily rely on like Brood Brothers, which is the kind of the crutch for their army basically to deal with some of those tougher units, I think.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like, again, you charge that unit into a unit of Deathwing Knights, it ain't doing anything. There's Deathwing Knights will just carve through it. So, yeah, interesting. Look, I mean, again, don't mean to be negative. Don't mean to sort of, paint a bad picture. I'm just confused. I guess, honestly, if I was going to do this army, it would be Brood Brothers, and I would probably take the remaining 1,000 points of my army that isn't Astra Militarum as maybe some characters to layer in some of those abilities. But I'd probably look into the lone op characters and have them not in units, so as I didn't have the Brood Brothers rule. And then I'd just take more trucks and vehicles that don't have Brood Brothers either, and just do that. Just to stay away from Brood Brothers altogether, because it sounds awful. It just doesn't seem like a game I want to be playing.
Fair enough. I think I was thinking one thing that, I think in small point games, these would be more manageable because there's just less models. So I think maybe something like a combat patrol or even boarding actions when the rules come out for that, I think would be really fun and interesting and quite thematic for these guys. Because then your Genestealers and your Aberrants would be quite scary, I would assume. And then you've got your just regular dudes, and I think they can go toe to toe with the other infantry in the game because you're not then having loads of vehicles and stuff. So yeah, I think boarding actions, these guys would be great.
Oh, totally. I think, again, that I suppose is always the weird dynamic, isn't it? It's like, why write rules? It's weird. You're writing rules that maybe make sense in smaller sizes of games, but you're insisting that we play 2,000 point match play games that are of a certain scale, and these rules don't necessarily scale with them, but whatever. At the end of the day, that was GSC as far as I was concerned. Phil, do you want to end on a positive note before we transition out of here?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's good. I like it. I think it was very thematic. Oh, what else?
Sorry. And also, they got rid of the drill, Phil. Terrible.
Oh, the terrain faction. Yeah, that's awful. I mean, that was a great, one of my favourite bits of terrain kit that I wish I could have bought, but never could.
That's, pour one out for the drill.
Yeah, bring that back.
Anyway, you were saying you like the models. The models are great. Credit where credit's due. Except for that big brain idiot.
The models are fantastic. Bar the new guy, yeah, not a huge fan of him, but I think the model is great. The theming, I think, is pretty spot on for, at the very least, the data sheets. And, I think some of the detachments have a lot of play, but suffer slightly from the fact that you probably want more style of models for those slightly more niche, sort of very unit-specific detachments, other than the sort of generic one. So, yeah, I mean, they could have, as you said, given us maybe one or two, which was the sort of disruptive elements, to give your opponent some feel bads. Why not? Let's be super mean and evil. Let's lead into that. But I mean, overall, I really enjoyed it, despite my initial reservations when I was starting to read it.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's the thing. I've really enjoyed reviewing the book. I've really enjoyed sort of there's things in it that are nice. It's just the overall mechanics of it are not for me. But, again, if you like that kind of regenerating, that never-ending kind of respawn, fine. That's obviously where you and I differ. As I say, I like game mechanics that just end things, It's not that I don't enjoy sitting across the tabletop and playing. I just kind of like it when, stuff kind of resolves itself. I like mechanics that end things, not mechanics that elongate it. But again, maybe I'm weird.
Yeah, true. I could imagine that if you were losing to Genestealer Cult, you finally kill one of their units and then it just comes back, will be a bit of a feels bad moment.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah. But anyway, there we go. Thanks everyone for checking that out. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Sorry for being negative, but it's kind of a thing, I suppose, from time to time. Love and kisses. I know. It's terrible, isn't it? I'm the worst. I just don't know how to sugar my, how to sweeten the pill when it comes to this stuff. It's like, if I don't like it, what can I say? I know what I can say. Transitional noise. Hey all, in this part of the podcast, we're going to talk about AOS 4, specifically the SKAVEN reveals. that were attributed to an event that happened in the confines of Age of Sigmar. The Hell Crown, wasn't it, Phil? Something like that?
Yeah, the Slaughter at Hellcrown global campaign.
Indeed. They gave us one of those fabulous new interview-style-y videos that they like doing, where they get members of the studio and ask them various questions, and obviously give them an ample opportunity to give their scripted answers. But to be fair, there's a lot of naysayers. I actually quite like the format. I quite like having insights from the studio. I think it would be nicer if they were a bit more in-depth and a bit more, just a bit more, like, given a little bit more time to really get into the weeds on some of these things. But I still really prefer being in a situation where you can hear from people behind these things. I think that's really great. So I personally really like that format. If not just wanting them to expand on it and make it longer. But sincerely, I actually really enjoy that. What's your vibe on these new videos they're doing, mate?
I liked it. It was a bit forgettable, this one, if I'm going to be honest, in terms of the interview chat. Like, I had it on in the background and I was listening a lot. I can't really remember much in-depth insights other than the Doom Wheels? The Doom Flayers. They come in 2 now rather than 1. That was one thing that I can actually recall as a memory that they talked about. As you say, I think if they go a bit more in depth, either into the design process or the rules, whichever one they want to go into, I think it would be a bit more interesting. It feels a bit more just, it was great to design these sorts of vibes. And maybe that's me being unfair because I just can't really remember what they said. But I feel like that is symptomatic of the format. The time before, I really enjoyed it, and I thought it was a lot more interesting in terms of them talking about SKAVEN Tide. Whereas this one, they talked about a few details of models, which was interesting. But beyond that, maybe I just switched off and that was my problem.
That's fair. I think my favourite marketing campaign by GW around promoting something was probably the 8th edition campaign where they were of Warhammer 40,000, where they were given more time to kind of communicate, and they definitely leaned into their new sort of burgeoning social media activity. And I felt like that was actually really good how they did like those Facebook Live Q&As and other bits and pieces. I thought there was lots of or Twitch live streams. I thought they were really good. I genuinely enjoyed that. I actually also really liked the 9th edition campaign they ran for 40k, obviously because it was happening during the pandemic, so everyone was very wired into what they were saying. And I'm sort of saddened, and I'll put this out as a kind of call to arms to our listeners. If any of you, by some random happenstance, happen to record, document, and store the launch events that they ran digitally in promotion of 9th edition 40k, I'd love to get my hands on those. I really enjoyed their live streams from Jez Goodwin's front room, where he was talking about all the stuff he'd done, but it was just him in his house having a bit of a natter about things.
Have they got rid of them then from Twitch?
They have, yeah. They've scrubbed them from Twitch. So all
that's
of that,
a shame.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I sort of regret that I myself didn't record and document those moments. Certainly, like during the pandemic, like the early sort of beginnings of them doing these like live stream community broadcasts and stuff. I think the sort of the early years of it, or the early days of it, were quite fun. But anyway, so it's all gone. It's all gone, mate.
Yeah, that's a shame. I think partly from a historical preservation, they should be keeping them. People like Jordan Sorcery in 10 years' time will be looking back on, 8th and 9th and 10th edition 40k, no doubt. There'd be retrospectives, and it'd be great for people to have access to those kind of videos to look, or just for us to casually rewatch. I still, and you do as well, love the old Forge World YouTube channel and watch old interviews with Alan Bly and stuff. Now, I've heard rumours that the reason why they haven't done anything or just outright deleted that YouTube channel is because someone has lost the password to time immemorial, and that's why they haven't been doing anything with that channel. But potentially maybe they would have done what they did with the Twitch stuff and be like, well, actually, this is old stuff. We don't really want it out there anymore. So we'll get rid of it because we want things to live in their appropriate places. I can sort of see why maybe with the Twitch stuff that was during COVID and in people's, rooms in their homes, that they feel that's not very, maybe a professional front that they want to have on their media channels, or there's maybe something to do with Twitch and you'd have to pay Twitch more money to keep the videos up there or something. I don't know how Twitch works exactly to talk about that with any knowledge, but I can imagine it'd be something like that. But it's a shame that they've gone, is my takeaway on that.
Yeah, there's some really random things that have sort of managed to stay the test of time. So you've got the Hangout and Hobby streams are still there, but they're like, and then there's just a black hole where a bunch of stuff used to be, and then there's some very random videos from 5 years ago where it's like, oh, Age of Sigmar, something or other from 5 years ago. And yeah, it's just an interesting mixture of the things they've gotten rid of and the things they've kept in some regards. But yeah, because they have got some videos from like 5 years back on their Twitch, but most of them kind of end at that Hangout and Hobby period that came about during the pandemic. And it doesn't appear... I will do a deep dive on it and see if I can find any of the anything around like 9th edition stuff. But looking at it, it doesn't look like that's possible. I think that's all been removed. So, yep, is what it is. But anyway, I like the format. And I really, spoilers, really quite like these SKAVEN for the most part. I think they're quite cool. So we're going to go through them, have a bit of conversation about them. And see what the vibes are. Again, not to spoil it, Phil, but where are you at from the outset? Are you broadly happy with these releases?
Yeah, I watched it. I saw the SKAVEN models. I was pretty impressed with all of them. No real complaints. Yeah, I mean, some of them wowed me. Some of them maybe wowed me slightly less. But overall, I think they're a really solid set of minis. I think the SKAVEN miniatures as a whole, very strong as a range. But then I can say that about probably 90% of the AOS ranges as a whole. Maybe the ones slightly further back in time, less so. But overall, I always think AOS minis are pretty good.
Yeah, I concur. And I think in the outro, we're definitely going to talk about some of the, hostilities towards 40k miniatures at the moment, and have a bit of a sort of deep dive into that. But it's fair to say that, Age of Sigmar definitely brings the A game when it comes to their miniature ranges. And this is no exception. So we start off with old Vizek Skuru, Prophet of the Horned Rat. So this essentially is kind of like the greater demon of SKAVEN, which is quite exciting.
Yeah, he's a big boy. And there's been a few big SKAVEN minis in the past as well, sort of from the end times, right? There was...
the Vermin Lords, yeah.
Yeah, and there's several of them. So I guess this is a sort of comparable mini. And it was interesting because our buddy Richie, Quizmaster Supreme, was really, at the beginning, I think prior to the Skaventide launch, saying he was quite up for the idea of SKAVEN, but he wanted to see what the big centerpiece mini would be before he sort of went all in on it. And I was like, but they've got the Vermin Lord, so they've got them already. And he's like, yeah, but that's a bit old. But now there's this. So this is obviously the big centerpiece mini now for the range. Be interesting to get his take on it, actually, and see if he'd be tempted to get for SKAVEN. But I mean, it's a pretty phenomenal model. I really like the look of it. I said to you a couple of days ago, I get Tim Curry from the Legend movie where he plays the devil, basically. The big, giant, oversized horns, the staff, and even the way his like little shawl, almost like priestly robes, are hanging from him is very similar to one of the photos from that movie. So I don't think it's a deliberate inspiration, but it just gives me vibes. If someone was actually inspired by that, I'd be amazed and be like, well done them, because I think it's a good source of inspiration. Like his little mangly hands. I've seen, so I'll say the one criticism I've seen online about this model and the other SKAVEN minis is that people were saying that the mold lines are really visible. Especially when you look at the robes, there's like these big seam lines on them. But it's like, I don't actually think that is a mistake. I think these are design choices that they have done. But what you don't get is the normal jumbo size stitching that you would get, for example, on, not Fulgrim, but who's his priest in the Emperor's Children, where it's like, the skin is all sewn together and you see these big...
Lucius. Fabius Bile.
Fabius Bile, that's it, sorry. Yeah, on him, I think it's more obviously like stitching, whereas here, I think maybe they've done more of a true scale stitching, where it's very neat and isn't actually visible to the human eye. But I can see the confusion that people would have maybe, because it does look a bit odd. But I think it's meant to look like that. So obviously some people might not like it and will want to fill it in and have it all nice and smooth. But I think it is trying to show that these are rags. But beyond that, I think it's really cool. And oh my God, look, there's tiny little rats on the top of his staff. Very awesome. There's even little tiny rat skulls as well dotted around.
I think the thing that's really special about this sculpt is obviously that it is... It photographs beautifully. I imagine when you see it in 3 dimensions, it will be stunning. But it is just an incredible synergy from the entire Games Workshop output in terms of the way that they've linked or brought together all those elements, the design of the miniature, but also the paint scheme and the overall kind of design behind it. I think, the paint job they've done on this particular model is stunning. I think those details, even like the yellow kind of cigarette-stained fingers to the, kind of putrefied, rusty details. I think it's just, an absolutely stunning accomplishment. It's a beautiful miniature. It's a 10 out of 10. I think, GW, when it comes to Age of Sigmar, deliver really, really consistent quality when it comes to centerpiece minis. The only real kind of fumble I've seen them have in recent years was in my opinion, the Illuminef Realm Lords, the big cows with the mountains on their backs. Those were all a bit of a miss for me. But other than that, I think a lot of their more recent big sculpts have been pretty much flawless from an AOS perspective.
Yeah, like the Flesh Eater Court's King, he was really fantastic. And this has a similar sort of vibe and level of detail to him as well. It's got a very... I would say creepy 80s fantasy vibe to this mini that some of the older SKAVEN didn't really have, because they're a bit more kind of chunky and cartoonish. And it's like, the level of detail in this is pretty incredible. Obviously, the paint job's fantastic as well. And as you say, it's a good all-round team effort to produce it. And it makes sense because it's the centerpiece mini, right? They're going to probably spend most time and effort on this one mini more than maybe some of the others.
I think that the thing as well, though, is when we'll inevitably see the paint jobs that others do with it, where they bring more of a kind of grim, dark element to it as well. I think that's really where it's going to shine also. And there's loads of potential within this sculpt for so many different opportunities. I think it's just a really stunning miniature. And again, 10 out of 10, really love it. Definitely tempting. So moving from one hero to another, the next one is Kritok Foulblade. I love the backstory of this character. I think it is super cool. So Kritok Foulblade is a clan or a claw lord. He's the claw lord for... I forget what the name of the faction is, but basically they're one of the more fighty versions of the of the SKAVEN. This guy is just again utterly stunning. So essentially, the deal with this guy is that he is wielding a blade that contains a I was just saying them before.
It's the soul of the Vermin Lord.
Yes, yeah. And again, the Vermin Lord has been imprisoned in the sword for a sentence of time. And essentially, Kritok is bargaining with the demon entity, the Lord inside the blade, to enable him to achieve incredible acts of valor. But every time that he partners with the blade and bargains with it, time is taken off of the sentence. And eventually one day, this is all going to end really horrible for him. But it is not this day. On this day, he is accomplishing great deeds. But yeah, I mean, this is going to become a bit of a tired thing, but I just can't say anything but great stuff about this. I think the base is really beautiful. I think the addition of his two little rat companions.
So good.
It's and the two little actual rats alongside the SKAVEN. It's damn near perfect, this miniature. I genuinely think it's stunning. I have nothing but the highest of praise for it. It's phenomenal. Is all I can say about it. I mean, what's your vibe on it, Pab?
I really like it. It's got a really strong silhouette from the angle it's been photographed at. Obviously, it's like, the golden angle. I really like the colour of the armour. And I think I said in one of the previous miniature reveals, it's very Bram Stoker's Dracula in like the flashback to the armour where he's got like the red suit. And this is very similar. So I think, obviously, the red armor, I think, is a theme of the, is it the vermin? Hold on, a bit further down. Oh, the storm vermin. That's it. They've got that red armor as well.
Yeah.
So I really like that vibe. This guy sings to me as a very cool piece. It's weird that obviously the two little rats next to him don't really have hoods of their own, but they're sort of wearing his cape as a hood. And this was the other mini where, if you see the little rat on the right-hand side, there's a big, like, crack in the cape. Yeah. And that's the people pointing out that, oh, yeah, that's the terrible mold line. It's like, no, it's a design choice, but you just might not like that design choice. That's fine. I mean, it doesn't look too bad, but if it annoys you, I would just fill it in, which,
I'm genuinely surprised that people have misconstrued those as being mold lines. That's amazing.
Yes, because it's so bad, it clearly wouldn't be a mold line. Like, it would be a much straighter, cleaner line if it was a mold line, but people think what they want. And you could be like, it looks too deep and stuff to be, it does look like two separate pieces of cloth. That is completely valid because it does. But I think it's meant to be a bit more patchworky vibe. So, and that's obviously a design aesthetic throughout this whole new range by the looks of it, because it's on several models. The sword's very cool. The sword backstory is just quintessential fantasy, right? It reminds me of stuff that you would get in like Warhammer Quest. So, I would love to own this model just for that reason alone, I think. And because I think it's a cool character. I would love to see what the rules are for this guy, if there's some kind of bargaining mechanic within him using that, the sword. So it's like it can superpower, but maybe he has to, it costs him something to do that. That would be really interesting. So it's just a very cool mini. And the little diorama with the two extra rats on, chef's kiss. This is the sort of thing I sort of wanted from the Lord Solar, like a regular guy on foot, but with some minions around him. So I like these mini diorama stuff that they do. So
I agree.
Phenomenal. More of this, please.
I mean, this is, in terms of, like, I say it a lot that High Marshal Helbrecht is like the best captain on foot miniature that they do in 40k, and he is, right? But this miniature, it instills so many of those same ideals and does it in a really characterful, really beautiful way. Everything from even just the way the flags of flying in the wind and how that adds to the overall silhouette. It's a damn near perfect miniature. It's stunning. Absolute 10 out of 10 for that. Next, we got the Master Molder. Now, it's difficult to suggest that this mini is gorgeous because I think by design it's one ugly rat. Kind of looks like
one and a half, if you're going to be honest.
Well, that's fair. 1.5 ugly rats. It kind of looks like. In the first RoboCop movie where he falls in the acid and he's running around with all of his bits hanging off and he's all just basically a gelatinous, muscle skin structure. over what used to be a human skeletal frame. Yeah, very much that vibe. This guy just looks like he's melting. And as a result, he's pretty ugly. But at the same time, it's evident that that's what they're going for. So the fact that it is disgusting is actually to its benefit. It perfectly achieves what they're aiming for, which is a putrid, disgusting, body horror type, creature. And yeah, nothing about this is pretty. So as a result, yes, it's an ugly miniature, but it absolutely succeeds because that's clearly what it's supposed to be. So yeah, I do really like it, but I also really don't like it for all the aesthetic reasons why it's difficult to like this miniature, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's gross, but in a good way. It's a very like Rat King vibes with the rats like melded together, and he's weirdly looks a lot like the rat catcher. I don't know if you've seen it as an illustration in the latest Warhammer Fantasy roleplay, because you can play all sorts of characters, and one of them's a rat catcher, which I did a one-off game of it, and I played the rat catcher. He's got a similar sort of man catcher style weapon, I'm sure, a bit like this, which looks very cool. And it'd be quite a nice ironic nod if it was meant to look a bit like the rat catcher guy, because obviously they're rats. That's the joke. I think it's cool. Very ugly, but in a good way.
Oh yeah, it's a really, really great miniature. Again, I couldn't call it a 10 out of 10 because it's pretty disgusting and, again, pretty ugly. But as I say, it feels like that's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it, but I know there's people that have phobias of, lots of like tiny little dots or pusses and things like that. Of like certain types of patterns and indentations. This is like so gross it could literally trigger those phobias in people, I think.
Yeah,
which is a compliment more than a criticism, I would say.
No, I would say so too. It's hard. It's hard to look at, but again, it's obviously supposed to be like that. It's weird, isn't it? It's like you've made an ugly miniature, and the response from the designer is, "Yes, I know. That's what I was supposed to do." It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, the correct answer would be yes.
Yes. Next, we've got the Storm Vermin. It's probably one of the prettiest units I've seen in ages. I love these minis. I mean, again, stunning is being used a lot here, but these are like, they look bulkier, they look intimidating, they look powerful. They don't embody any of the kind of more, more. They are distinguishably bigger and stronger than clan rats, and they are very
don't have that weak rattiness that the little guys have. I love the armor style.
Love it.
It's almost got like a feudal Japanese vibe to it, especially sometimes with some of the banners that you see as well. Again, lean into that. Love the color scheme. Again, very like feudal Japanese. It gives me vibes of SKAVEN? Was it Vermintide? Vermintide, the game, the actual game where these guys are walking around and they're like the tough guys to do. The leader with the pistol that's got like just a chunk of warpstone as like a clip of ammo looks amazing. Like, quintessential SKAVEN. I like it. It's a good like fusion of technology and feudalism.
Yeah. Like it's honestly it's fantastic. That is such a pretty unit. Absolutely stunning. The Arc Warlock. So this is a very kind of mechanized creature. So definitely leaning into more of the kind of engineering warpstone element of things. We got a Warlock in Skaventide who has the.
Is it the Giselle?
Yes, that's it.
Or not quite Giselle, but he's got a rifle of some kind, I think.
Yeah, so, and again, this guy clearly has some kind of projectile, although I'm going to assume it's probably more closely linked to like a flame weapon than a traditional kind of like solid shot. But yeah, I mean, like the mechanized claw arm, the kind of metallic mask, the various kind of warp stone and kind of container things on his back. Even again, the base, although you don't get the best look at it here. Again, at the risk of just sounding like a broken record, I really love this miniature. It's fantastic. I can't really say too many bad things about it. It's got a lot of character. It's got a lot of personality. It's got really interesting, unique kind of features. I genuinely think it's stunning. I just, again, beautiful is all I can say.
It's interesting. I was just looking at the arm and I'm going, how many pieces of those arms have we seen in the Rumour Engine and a Doc Mechanicum or Adeptus Mechanicus or something like that? Because I wouldn't be surprised if it's appeared a few times. To be fair, I think this is, if I was to rate all of the miniatures, this is the weakest one for me personally. I still think it's good. It's just, I think it's that overly high fantasy, lots of tech, too techy for my liking. For the SKAVEN, I like them where it's a bit more, slightly more low tech, although I know they're sort of known for their technology. But he's got a lot going on and he's got like a very mechanical arm and stuff like that. And the pose is a little bit too static, but I also get it and I quite like it. Like, it is a cool mini, but if I was to rank all of them, I think I would put this at the bottom. Just, I don't know. I can't necessarily put my finger on it exactly. I just like all the others more, I think.
That's fair.
That would be my take on it.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. He's probably the weakest of the minis we've spoken about so far. I prefer him to the Master Molder just because it's a more aesthetically pleasing miniature than that. But again, acknowledging what the Master Molder is supposed to be, I think it accomplishes that job better than maybe this does. But I think it is. I still really like it. Again, probably for me, the next one, the Warlock Galvaneer, although I do really love the kind of joy that is expressed in this miniature. I mean, essentially, he's got this ridiculous, over-the-top warp lightning cannon thing. And, he just seems to be loving life, It reminds me of that Simpsons quote where Mo from Mo's Tavern has two big knives and he's just like, I'm really loving this. It's sort of like, this guy is living his best life as far as I can see. But there are aspects of the miniature that to me aren't quite as strong as some of the other elements, but I think the overall pose of it and the vibe of it. I mean, this guy will stand out on the battlefield. He's got very, very well kind of defined weapon and a cool pose. So yeah, on balance, I really like him as well. But I'd say for me, he's probably off the character minis anyway, probably one of the weaker ones, but still pretty cool.
Fair enough. I mean, I really like him. I really like his pose. Yes, he's on like a tactical rock, or it actually seems more like tactical mud of the ground. But I really like it. I like the sort of semi-lightning-y sort of effects that they've added on. So obviously he's got these crystals on these little free arms of his gun, but then there's some little like lightning effects going to the ball in the middle, and then he's got these lightning effects between the two metal bits on his backpack as well. Very sort of Nikola Tesla vibes. It's like it looks great. The paint job is phenomenal, and I just feel like the only problem with it really is you probably can't paint it up to do it as well as this. Like, it's got some really nice touches where, like, if you look at the cabling in the sort of rear image where it's got this like power glow coming through the tubing and stuff. I mean, I can imagine someone doing some really great OSL on this where it's like lighting up the entire rack, those like extreme OSL paint jobs people like to do. I can imagine someone going to town on this guy to do that. He's pretty cool, even if he's wearing a little, it's like, it gives me like Robin vibes mask from like Batman and Robin. Like, he's got like those old school little superhero masks that he's wearing.
Yeah.
But it's cool. It's a cool mini. It's a great silhouette. And I think that's, the strong standout thing that you want from a miniature more than anything.
Totally. Next is the Acolyte Globe Globadiers, there we go. Basically, not quite warlocks, but aspiring. Essentially, these guys are of the kind of ilk of the plague monks, which are a very popular form of SKAVEN. They are, wearing these very kind of rudimentary gas masks and wired up to all of these interesting, backpacks with all the weird warp stony poisonous technologies. It seems that the general vibe is that they are creating these orbs that they are, hurling into the air, and they are, decomposing and spreading into the atmosphere and choking the lives out of their victims, which is super interesting. Again, as a squad, definitely not as good as a squad as the Storm Vermin, but it is, again, nice to see. Personally, I still would have really loved to have seen a redesign of the Plague Monk miniatures. Maybe that's still to come, because I think the stuff we saw with Underworlds with the Plague Monks was utterly gorgeous. So, yeah, I really hope that at some point maybe we get that. But these guys look interesting. They've probably going to have some really fun rules. So, yeah, I'm dead in favour of them. But again, one of the weaker, certainly the weakest of the units, I guess, in this selection. But still kind of cool. What do you reckon, mate?
No, again, I think you're right. They're pretty cool. Maybe not my favourite, but I'm just looking up to see if they are a pre-existing unit or if they're brand new. But they're like a resculpt of an older unit. So yeah, they look cool. They've got some nice.
Oh, they're a resculpt, are they? They're not new.
Well, they are. Well, hold on, what are they called? I just had a look. Poisoned Wind Globadiers is what they were originally called.
Okay.
So yeah, there were versions of them in the past, although the only ones I can see seem to be quite. Well, I was going to say quite older metal, but it's like that was all the SKAVEN range. There was very little that was like actually in plastic and stuff like that. I mean, there were some, but not many. So yeah, because as you say, the monks, I think, are the more classic, quintessential ones that I certainly remember. So it'd be interesting to see them at some point as well. But yeah, these guys are cool. Obviously, trying to do a decent paint job on those balls. They've done a great job, but again, that'll be a fun challenge for someone else. Although I think most people will just be like, I'll paint them green. And maybe squirt them with an airbrush or something to have a sort of slight glowy effect on it and be like, cool, that's done.
I agree.
But yeah,
that's certainly how I do it.
Yeah, and I like how actually there's a lot of uniqueness to them. So each one's got their own like backpack that, they all look completely different because they're obviously going to be all like custom made. These aren't manufactured in any way. So I like, each one's slightly different, which is cool.
Totally. Next is the Warp Spark weapon battery. So it looks like this is a box of 3 that you can build out into a number of different loadouts. So you've got like a selection of different weapons, which will obviously have varying profiles. So you've got the rattling guns, the warp fire thrower, and the warp vault scourges. Again, a lot of personality in these sculpts, a lot of really beautiful details, and a lot of variety in terms of all the different ways that you can put them together and, present them on the tabletop. And again, one of those elements of the army that is quintessentially SKAVEN and expanding on what has been given to us in SKAVEN Tide. So again, really, really impressed with this kit, really impressed with what you can do with it. And I imagine will be, a relatively quintessential element of many SKAVEN armies. So yeah, deeply appreciate this one. I think, it's really cool. So yeah, I'm there for it. What do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, it's sort of mind blowing how many choices there are. So you get like 3 models in that unit, but there's 3 different weapon types that you can do. And then looking through them, there's not many repeated poses. Like some are slightly repeated in terms of like the crew position between the different weapons, but a lot of them are still different. Like one of them's got a wheelbarrow.
Yeah, and the wheelbarrow is amazing.
But that's not repeated on any of the others. So I'm like, how how much is on this sprue?
Yeah.
It's just really impressive. Like, I'm amazed what they've done, that there's like very little repetition, which is phenomenal. And the fact that you get all these weapons is great, because I think the encouragement is cool. Yes, you get one sprue or one box and it makes a set of 3 minis, but ultimately you'll probably want to buy all 3 of them, so you'll buy it 3 times to do the 3 different weapon variations, and then within that, in your army, it doesn't look too samey, because ultimately you've got 9 models that are all pretty unique, which I think is very good. And I think all the weapons look really cool and really interesting, and so things like the wheelbarrow give you nice little like dioramas. And like there's a guy kind of crawling around, like the sort of the rat crew. There's like a guy that's screaming. Now I think he is repeated twice, but he looks very cool.
Yeah, the big rat is also making an appearance twice. But even then, I mean, they've also changed out the loadout on his backpack. So on the one he's got the warp stone, on the other it's more piping. So just really, really great piece of work there. Continuing in that theme as well, you've also got the warp grinder, which is basically like a really big gun, and it again looks phenomenal. We got a big gun in Skaventide. So Skaventide gave us, it's like a rattling cannon type thing. It's got lots and lots of shots. Really, really awesome. And this kind of seems to be yet another addition to that armament, which is super fun. So yeah, I'm dead in favor of all of these big guns that the SKAVEN seem to be getting access to, because it's very cool to see.
Yeah, it's I mean, I think I like this one the least out of the the shooty ones that we've seen. I think it's more the weird kind of crystal. It sort of makes me just think it's like a weird shaped drill bit. There's something odd about it that I don't quite get behind, but overall, it's pretty good. There's a lot of shooting. I've always liked sort of the concept of things like static gun lines, and in fantasy you've got your cannons and your stone throwers and stuff like that. And those kind of armies have appealed to me in the past. Like, I used to collect dwarves and stuff like that. And it's like, it's interesting. There's going to be a lot of shooting in SKAVEN. If you want, and which is interesting, because I've always said it's almost the one thing that balances AOS is that there's a kind of distinct lack of shooting. So it'll be interesting, how good this army will be when it comes out with all of its shooting capability that it could possibly take.
I mean, there are more armies now that lean into shooting, but they are still outnumbered by the amount of melee units in the game. I suppose obviously Cadron Overlord stand out, as do Ideneth Deepkin, although again...
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those are, with at least Ideneth Deepkin, it's big blocks of like archers of like 20 men strong that are doing like 40-odd shots, and whereas this is sort of like distinct individual like artillery pieces, which you haven't really seen much of in game. The closest, I guess, is Caradron Overlords with the gunships, right?
Cities have
cities. They've got the cannon. True, although I don't think I've ever seen anyone play it. But maybe it's just because it's not that good, or wasn't that great in the 3rd edition.
I think that was just people kind of. I mean, I very rarely saw Cities of Sigmar towards the end of 3rd. I think it took people a long time to get going on that. But I know when I've played Joe with his Cities of Sigmar, he's ran those cannons, and they've been pretty fun. Yeah, I mean, again, it's increasing in its prevalence, but it's handled in a really good way, I think. So, yeah, and it's cool to see that SKAVEN are definitely going to have some really interesting kind of like anti-monster options. Reminds me of the Cruel Boys kind of kill bow, which is a very anti-monster big crossbow, or big bow and arrow. So kind of similar vein to that, which is cool to see. And then, last we've got the Doomflayers, which are just basically big spinny balls of death and destruction, covered in blades, ridden atop by SKAVEN, who I'm assuming have more accidents than most. But it's a very characterful piece. The rider is interesting because it's one of the less kind of interesting silhouettes that we've seen. They're quite gangly and quite, they're not quite as, they obviously look like they belong on there, but they're just not quite as beautiful as some of the other things that we've seen here. But the actual, wheel, the flare itself is really stunning. I just wish that the people kind of controlling it. For me, it's more the fact that they're brandishing swords / big knives while also driving. I understand that's kind of the vibe, but I don't know. It feels like you've got enough blades going on here. You probably just need to focus on driving the thing rather than also, trying to hack people at the same time. But I guess at the end of the day, if you're going to be driving around a Doom Flare, why not, have a little bit of extra bladage, I suppose. But yeah, really, really cool mini.
Yeah, no, they're really cool. Yeah, I guess they're carrying around the swords because they've got sort of chariot-esque vibes, and the old minis had them as well. But you're right, maybe they could just be riding them. I assume they are sort of somehow mechanically powered, but what I would almost really love it is if there's like a couple of little rats inside running around powering them. But maybe that's the Doom Wheel does that. And again, I'd love to see the Doom Wheel sort of remade along with the Screaming Bell and stuff like that, which I'm sure we no doubt will do at some point. But yeah, if there's tiny rats inside this this spinny wheel of death in the Doom Flares, that'd be hilarious. But I'm sure that isn't the case.
Yeah, I imagine they get quite mangled up inside of there.
Yeah, I imagine it's more mechanically operated than I think.
I would assume so. But still, yeah, really pretty. And overall, just a really beautiful range, as we kind of said from the outset. They've also shown off the Battle Tome cover, which, again, really beautiful piece of artwork. Very understated, kind of akin to the Tyranids Codex cover in Warhammer 40,000. Which, is a relatively strong Warhammer 40,000 cover, albeit an older piece of artwork reused, but still pretty reasonable. I think it's just because they've focused on the Storm Vermin, and I just really like the Storm Vermin silhouette sculpts, etc. That I just think this is just strong because I just like the design overall. I'm actually quite a fan of that as a tome. I think that, and it's also nice that obviously they're bringing out a Battle Tome and they're putting new original artwork on it. What a mad concept, eh?
I assume it's new. Yeah, it makes sense that it would be. Interesting that it's actually it's like a unit rather than a character. But yeah, it looks very cool. Kind of actually reminds me of the Genestealer Cult one that you hate. Single miniature,
nothing like the Genestealer Cult one.
Forwards. I personally prefer this one more, but in terms of there's one guy in the middle shouting at the camera, and there's two little guys down the bottom of the page, exactly like the same composition as
the Genestealer Cult guy isn't yelling at the camera; he's kind of dribbling.
Exactly what he's doing.
He's dribbling at the camera, mate.
He's agree to disagree.
He's grimacing in an uncomfortable sort of like. It's like he's suffering from testicular torsion.
I don't want to know what that is. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Anyway, well, don't Google that, people. You'll definitely not sleep at night if you understand that. But anyway, overall, very, very happy that the SKAVEN won the Hell Crown, and we were able to see the miniatures that they've got coming down the pipeline for them. I think this is really exciting. I think AOS 4 is off to a phenomenally great start, and I'm really excited to see what comes around the corner. Again, the Stormcast sculpts that they gave us in SKAVEN Tide were definitely the weaker of the two, and I wasn't really a big fan of those. So I dare say when I finally see the upcoming Stormcast bits, I'll probably be relatively underwhelmed by those, but I remain optimistic. I'm hopeful that the Stormcast stuff is cool, but I'm not holding my breath. But in summary, very, very happy with this. I think AOS is in a great spot, and these guys look absolutely phenomenal. So, yeah, well done, GW. When you get it right, you get it right, and this is definitely one of those examples. So, yeah, absolutely stunning.
Couldn't agree more.
There you go. Any more, Phil, or shall we transition out of here?
No, let's go on to the next thing.
Smashing. Transitional noise. Wah, 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 wah. Hey everyone, it's the end of episode 187, although you know better than that. Me and Phil are going to do an outro where we're going to talk about a few interesting topics. Not least, Phil, the latest round of Blood Angels releases, or at least the latest round of Blood Angels releases as per the week commencing Monday, the 12th of August. The Sanguinor and his sanguinary guards are coming to the party. What do you reckon, mate? What's the vibe?
Well, we've just been talking about how great the AOS miniatures are. They are slam dunks, home runs, and this is, the complete opposite of that, if I'm honest. These are terrible. I mean, maybe that's a slight overreaction, but these aren't good, is maybe a nicer way of saying it.
I think terrible is pretty close to accurate in this case. I think, to me, the Sanguinor is worse than the Sanguinary Guard. I weirdly don't hate the Sanguinary Guard, but the Sanguinor, I mean, what the heck were they thinking? Like, it's got the face of Rocky Dennis. Like,
who's that?
The character from that movie Mask. You ever watch Mask?
Yes.
Yeah. He's got the face of Rocky Dennis, Phil.
Oh, well, I'll take your word for it on that one. I mean, I think...
Hang on. I've Googled it for you. Here you go. Share it on the screen. Can you see it there?
Oh, that Mask. Not the Mask with Jim Carrey.
No, not the Mask with Jim Carrey.
Yeah, no, this is I know the one you mean.
I mean, at the end of the day, tragic tale, but yeah, I mean, did you want to do, I don't know, why did you give him the face of Rocky Dennis?
Part of me feels like it might be the paint job, because they've done, if you're into NMM, non-metallic metal, this is well painted for non-metallic metal, but I think it then leads to this weird, overly detailed, like high contrast, with highlights and shadows on the face, because there's loads of detail there. So it does give him this, slightly strange look to him, like this big chin and cheeks, and maybe that's. I mean, that's not the thing that bothers me out of it.
Really? I can't get past it. It's fair
enough. I can. So one thing I've noticed that for some reason, they've removed all the nipples from the chest armor.
Is that you're in the nipple gate?
I wonder what the reason for it was. Just because, again, I'm a Minotaurs fan. Minotaurs have chest armor as well, so I would look at it from that point of view. I can't remember if it was on the captain or not that we talked about previously. Is it like, if they remove them for like Instagram or something, because models get shared there and they might get inappropriately flagged if someone painted them flesh colored or something, who knows? No, the thing that bothers me the most is the symmetry of the scrolls that are lifting him up. It's just far too symmetrical for my liking. And I'd rather a more dynamic pose. I mean, it's similar to Celestine, but just nowhere near as nice as her model. And her model's like 10 years old.
I mean, in all sincerity, I would just take Celestine and like maybe do like a head swap on her, but not for that. I mean, I wouldn't put that head on it, but like, maybe... I don't know, maybe one of the Sanguinary Guard heads or something if you want to lean into that kind of aesthetic. But, yeah, I mean, that is... You're absolutely right, Phil. I mean, the symmetry is bad. The scrolls are weird. Everything... It's just... I mean, the original Mini was quite cool for the time. It was short and small in stature by modern standards, but had quite a lot of charisma, had, like, quite a nice silhouette. It was quite a cool miniature. I just don't understand how they've gotten it so wrong. It's just bad.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't know the lore of the Sanguinor or anything like that, so I assume the wings aren't real, right? They're just symbolically decorative, but they're very large.
Well, I mean, originally, basically, he's like a demon, right? Like he's a demon of the Emperor. He is the will of the Blood Angels kind of made manifest. So they're, using all of their psychic will to essentially manifest him, and he comes in when Blood Angels are in, incredible peril and all the rest of it. And there's links to the history of Sanguinius and Dante and this whole kind of timey-wimey story that they're telling. But and that's why in a way it's kind of absurd that they leaned into Primarifying him and all the rest of it. Like before, he had a jump pack, I suppose, as well, and they developed this story around him. But that's the weird thing about it. Like before, it felt like they went, right, okay, well, here's a miniature. It's kind of like a Dante, but it's not Dante. It's like an angelic Dante with because the wings didn't necessarily feel like they were mechanical elements before. They could have been like organic, and it just sort of felt like, oh, we've made this mini. What do you want to do with it? And they came up with the Sanguinor fluff. But it's weird that when they know what the Sanguinor is and the lore, that they still kind of wedded themselves to the concept of giving him a jump pack and doing all that stuff.
Well, I can understand the logic of because it's a bit like I'm going on a movie reference, which you'll hate me for doing. But in Neo in the Matrix, he projects the image of how he thinks he looks from how he remembered when he was in the Matrix, not how he actually looks in the real world. So I can imagine that if this is the psychic projection of all the Blood Angels, and they're now all Primaris, predominantly Marines, that the Sanguinor projection would now also be a Primaris Marine, because that is who they all are. So I can,
fair.
I could almost get behind that logic, but potentially they could have taken it one step further, given him more organic wings. And this was the same problem I had with the Stormcast Eternal guys with the wings that were. They changed from lightning to like flames, and it's like I'd just rather a more classic angelic winged feathers, and that would be cool. It's like they're constantly trying to remove them from 40k and have them, or even in fantasy, and have them, much more of a hard material rather than organic. And it's like I think most people can understand actual feathers and what they look like, and rather than these sort of faux fake ones, because they are fake, so they look fake. There's a bit of disconnect when people see them, because it's like, is this meant to be real feathers? I'm assuming it's meant to be like, painted metal, and it's like a fixed wing, and it's just there for symbolic looks. It's not actually flapping around or anything like that. So I don't know. It's just very it's so low to the ground as well. And I know the original model was like that, but I think if it was higher up in the air, much like Celestine, that pose would work better. But, one of the reasons why it might be quite low down is because I assume it joins the squad of the, probably joins the Sanguinary Guard, and they're all, basically on the ground. So maybe that's why. I don't know. It doesn't seem great.
No. And again, we'll finish up with just talking through the Sanguinary Guard, just to kind of get into the crux of this topic, which I wanted to sort of discuss with you, which is this concern within 40k in terms of, there's been a lot of debate in the community of late that, they want to see the kind of AOS sculptors working on 40k miniatures, because they just feel like the 40k minis that we've had of late have just not been up to the standard. Now, we're on the verge of a big Kill Team update that they've rumoured and is coming after we've recorded this, so we'll talk about it in the next episode. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see some really, really beautiful stuff on the horizon. But at the moment, it's fair to say that the 40k releases that they've done for most of this year haven't been that impressive. Although the Dark Angels were very pretty. I liked a lot of the Dark Angels stuff. But yeah, there's definitely been a few misses on the 40k front on the whole. But just to say it for the sake of saying it, I don't hate these Sanguinary Guard miniatures. I actually think they do a pretty adequate job of living up to the expectations of what a sanguinary guard is. I understand why people aren't in favour of the fact that they removed the wings, but I'm one of those people who felt like the wings, certainly in the way they were implemented in those plastic kits of old now, they weren't particularly well done. They came off all the time, and they were a bit of a pain to sort of deal with. So I do understand why they got rid of them. I am frustrated that they got rid of their single-cylinder jump packs in favour of the standard two-cylinder ones. I think that's a shame, because I feel like that one-cylinder jump pack kind of denoted some of the senior status.
Well, it's very quintessentially Blood Angels, isn't it? And like the Sanguinors got the single big jump pack, so it would sort of make sense to have kept it. I mean, technically they still have the wings. They're just on these very big, weird flaps now that just sort of seems odd, personally. I mean, I've seen already today someone's done an STL of like a sort of traditional style wings that you can just put on these minis between the backpack and the model itself. So if you want wings, there will be providers for the wings, I guess. Personally, I think you're right. The big wings are just a bit silly, and it's sort of same with Sanguinor. At least it makes a bit more sense with him. I would rather sort of see much more like smaller style wings that you get. Like, you know, the god Hermes on his like little helmet, he's got these little wings that go there in the Greek god. I'd rather see that sort of vibe on the jump packs, like these just sort of small ornate wings rather than these really big ones. But the way they've implemented it by just doing a wing design on the vent flaps just seems worse, especially since the vent flaps are now absolutely huge. To compensate for it, whereas the Sanguinor's got them and it's much smaller and looks nicer on the design of their flaps. The problem I have with the minis is they're very like chunky. Like they don't feel very true scale. They remind me of Cotiers for not for good reasons, right? Because I think they've got very similar style like leg armor, and it's just there's little bits that are a bit. Like, they're quite plain for what should be a really ornate and interesting mini. And I've seen a few people say, you know, these are great, like, assault intercessors with jump packs. And it's like, yeah, if I wanted Minotaur jump pack intercessors, I would probably get these guys. And I'd use the chest pieces and stuff like that, or the arms, because there's spears and stuff. So there's some cool bits for kit bashing. And that's cool because I like my Primaris to be quite plain looking, and that's what this does. But I think the expectation is that these are like the most unique and rare like bits of armor for the Blood Angels. They should be really intricate and detailed, and the old kits were like that, and then they're not for this release. I can see it's just the disappointment of it that it doesn't quite work, and I'd rather they be much more like have thinner armor, whereas it feels like all the detail has been bolted on top of the regular armor. And then they've got these weird like Batman style utility belts, and it's like asymmetric, but on one side it's like this really big thick pouch, which just widens their waists far too much. Yeah, there's just like lots of little things like that where they're too bulky and they should be ornate, and as part of that ornateness be very lithe and slender. Because it should be more like artificer armor, right? Which should be durable because it's almost borderline magic in its technology, not just because it's much thicker armor, which is sort of the direction they've gone with it in terms of this.
Well, it's because they've had to, because of this kind of necessity to incorporate their Primaris Mark X Tacticus armor into everything. They've obviously done that, and they even explain it in the fluff here that essentially they take a few bits of the old Sanguinary Guard relics and essentially take what they can and then put it on top of Tacticus armor, which again, it's just sort of, it's frustrating because it just doesn't seem, it's one of those lore things that just kind of takes away from the pomp and circumstance of this. Like, a Sanguinary Guard is, you know, an incredibly high-ranking position. It's a revered status, and again, I understand the Imperium is besieged on all fronts, and these guys are operating in the Dark Imperium essentially, and it's difficult for them, right? They have to be resourceful, they have to be flexible, but again, it sort of cheapens what these are and what they represent. And really, if you can't afford or resource to construct and maintain that ornate armor set, it kind of sort of speaks to a degradation of Blood Angels that is a little bit sort of frustrating to see. Again, I appreciate it's just them justifying their design decisions, but overall, I don't hate these sculpts by any stretch of the imagination. I think they've got some really nice element. I actually quite like the helmet designs they've gone for this time, but you are right, they're very bulky, and removing the wings and going to the the standard jump packs, it's an interesting thing. Plus, also yet again another unit of jump pack people that are atop rocks. It's like, oh for God's sakes, not another load of awkwardly posed miniatures that are likely to snap off their bases every 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's I sort of either wish they were flying or raised up slightly higher, just ever so slightly. I think would be nice. I think you touched on the point, if I can go into a bit of detail, and it's like the one thing I don't like about the new lore, because the one thing that was great about the old lore is the Imperium was stagnating. It's like there is no new technology, or if it is, it's via lost SDCs, and it takes forever to come around. So, Mark 7 armor was prevalent everywhere because that's what they had, and that people were just maintaining that. So, as you were saying with the Sanguinary Guard armor, it's like this relic armor that has just been kept forever, and they would just try and protect it and maintain it because they don't have the ability to recreate it. And like Mark 8 armor was super rare, but they had sort of developed it, but only in like small quantities, and only people like, the Death Watch had access to it to sort of give it its like elite status. And the one thing that I think the new lore sort of post Primaris, it sort of undone all of that. It's like, no, we've just turned on the factory tap in Mars and all this new stuff's just churning out. And it's like, we've got all these new marks of armor, and it's like, oh yes, we've got all this relic armor from the Sanguinary Guard, but we don't need that. We can just whack bits of it onto the new armor and it all works good. And it's like the Imperium is progressing, and it's like, but that sort of fundamentally the complete opposite of the whole point of the game. Is that the Imperium is stagnating and slowly dying. So I sort of don't like it, but I sort of feel like they've had to do it, because rather than just say this is just true scale armor, which they could have, if they didn't do the whole Primaris thing, right, they could have just gone, here's new sculpts in a slightly bigger size, and kept some of the design elements a lot more closer to the original to represent that it was relic armor. But because of Primaris, you've had to sort of justify all these hoops to now go through with all of this old stuff. And I think it was fine for the generic Marines and the intercessors, but here it's starting to creak at the seams a little bit in terms of what the lore was meant to be versus how they're now having to make it work for Primaris the Sanguinaur, for example.
It's also an inconsistent design philosophy, though, because they have approached Terminators totally different. Terminators are 100% preserved. It's like, we've given you new Terminator sculpts, and they are beautiful recreations of what came before. And when you look at things like Deathwing Knights are really beautiful Terminator kits that are very true to what Deathwing Knights were before. Yes, they've got different weapons now, but they are very of the sort of DNA of what a Deathwing Knight was before. This is a drastic departure. It's strange that, as you say, they didn't just or couldn't just find themselves in a situation where they gave us a load of true scale Sanguinary Guard and treated it like Terminators, where they gave it the relevant, deference and respect, and just sort of went, yeah, some of them are Primaris, some of them aren't. Who cares? It's like it's just Space Marines now. But yeah, they've had to sort of observe those design aspects of the tactics armor. So they've got the same kind of, leg designs. They've got all those ball joints in all the places that Primaris Marines have ball joints. Their jump packs are Primaris jump packs.
I mean, that could have been fine, but I feel like they needed to add a lot more detail onto these guys to make that work. And not just in terms of like purity seals and stuff, but like a little filigree on the armor that they could have done. Instead, it's very bland. But, I'm sure some people will like it. I've seen some people go, oh, it's great because I can do NNM on it and it'll be great. And it's like, yeah, but most people won't be doing that. So yeah, I sort of feel like it's a little bit of a miss because I like my plain and simple Marines, but I sort of feel like this is the one unit where you should actually go to town and make it much more ornate and detailed and, as you say, make it more like the original armor.
I agree. I think for me, like as I say, I don't massively dislike this unit, but I feel like it could have been better. But the Sanguinor to me is just a stone cold L. These guys, I'm okay with. I think the elements that make them work for me is I really like the weapons. I think the ornate swords are really beautiful. The spear, the Angelus bolt guns. I think there's a lot of really great character in that. And yeah, I think overall there's a lot of nice elements. I don't like the non-helmeted sculpts. I think, again, there's probably some great heads in there that you can put on other miniatures, but there's no way I'm taking a unit of Sanguinary Guard helmetless. To me, Sanguinary Guard need to be wearing the death masks essentially. So
yeah, it's odd that they've given you that choice. I mean, I think they look like good sculpts, but I think the whole point of them is that they're wearing these death masks. So it's odd that they've even given you the option to have them without. And maybe they've just they just like to give people the choice. So yeah, it's I've seen obviously people complaining that it's gone from what seems to be a 5-man squad now down to a 3. Yeah. Obviously, yeah, axes don't seem to be there anymore, or at least just not previewed. Likewise, the banner's gone.
Well, the spear has a banner on it.
Oh no, that's true. You are right. Yeah,
and they've removed power fists as well by the looks of things.
True, but yeah, if you just look at the old minis, they're a bit derpy because it's mini. They've got like these weird crosses on the knees, which just look silly, but they've got nice embossed scroll details, and little etched in filigree and detail on the armor, and it's like I would have rather seen more of that. The silly calf leg detail that's sculpted is actually on the old models, but it's like. Yep. I don't think actually that looks good on the new ones. I'd have rather them either do it slightly different or just change it, and go down a different route. Because here's the thing: surely it's very similar to who's the other guy that they recently released? Dante. It's like, what does just wondering what his armor looks like and how closely it will look to him. Because it's
Dante is very much in the spirit of a.
He's much more sculpted. Like his there's loads more detail on his legs.
But that's the thing that's weird, isn't it? Because you would have expected them to be more in that kind of form, as opposed to this. I think that's the thing because Dante exists.
I don't know if he's bigger or if but yeah, he just seems like he's in better proportions. Like his armor looks more fitted. Rather than chunky, he's got a really cool pose. His, I guess they're similar backpacks, but yeah, his just looks better. And again, he's got that kind of wing detail sculptured on the vents, but it's a lot smaller in terms of that venting. Yeah, I just wish they sort of made him look a little bit more like him than the direction they've gone in. Yeah. Even if it's like doing things more like the loincloth robe sort of stuff, which they don't seem to have in these new ones, but did in some of the older ones. Oh no, they do have loincloths. I don't know. Yeah, it's just
I mean,
there's something about it that's not great.
I think what's interesting, and I think one of the things I wanted to talk about as a broader topic with this, though, following on from the Blood Angels, is one of the things that's happening across the board with GW at the moment that I believe is creating quite a lot of negativity and maybe driving some of this frustration, because it feels like we are now in the era of basically loss, as it were. Like every new release is marred by a sense of loss as opposed to a sense of excitement as towards what's to come.
Yeah.
Because Games Workshop now, more often than not, if you look at the bulk of their 40k releases this edition, Tyranids are all new versions of old things. And the new versions of the old things are almost always incompatible with what they were before. So if you looked at...
in terms of like weapon loadouts and stuff like that.
Yeah, so they're changing weapon loadouts. They're also changing size. So, I mean, okay, fair enough. For Tyranids players, you're probably not going... If you had Tyranids in 9th edition and you have 100 gaunts, you're probably not going out of your way to buy 100 new gaunts, right? That's probably not going to happen. But you do have different weapon loadouts or some extra changes, but also they've changed the base sizes of those gaunts. So you do need to rebase your current gaunt collection, which admittedly...
Only if you're really going to be like competitive or whatever. I think most people won't, because they're like, I just play casually at home. Technically, yes, you should rebase. You are completely correct, but I just think most people won't bother.
I agree. And I think gaunts, to a certain extent, are a bad example of this. But even within that Tyranid range, you've got things like Lictors with bigger bases. You've got and bigger sizes. You've got things like the new Death Leaper with bigger bases, bigger sizes. You've got the new Biovore and Pyrovore. The Biovore...
Way different size.
Oh my God, like the Biovore used to be on a Terminator base, and it used to be about the size of a mega knob, basically. Whereas now they're the size of a flipping dreadnought. It's like there's all these things that they've done to their range where they are taking stuff that you own and creating circumstances where you are compelled to upscale or change to these new miniatures. So similarly, we're seeing that now with things like Blood Angels. The change of Sanguinary Guard from a 5-man unit to a 3-man unit is big, because now all of a sudden people are looking at their current Sanguinary Guard and going, okay, well, I can take 3 of these. But then they've also changed them.
Or 6, potentially.
Or 6. But they're also looking at their smaller bases. And they're putting these things on Terminator bases by the looks of things now. So again, those old dinky Sanguinary Guard miniatures are going to start to look a bit ridiculous if you put them on Terminator bases. Now, admittedly, you can do it and spit in the face of Games Workshop. But I think the thing is to be fair, not spit in the face, just to, just defend the fact that you purchased these things before and you don't want to have to buy them again. But it is just that thing where it's like, it feels like at the moment everything is marred by a sense of loss, and every single new release that they're doing at the moment, especially with things like Blood Angels, but also with Nids and Dark Angels, it's all basically that miniature that you own and loved and collected. We want you to buy a new version of it now. We want you to put the old one away, and we want you to give you a new one. And in a lot of instances, they are implementing changes that are designed to make you want to make that change.
Well, almost force you to change it, not just because of base sizes, but the weapon loadouts, I think, is almost the egregious change. So, before it's like, okay, cool, here's, originally it was like, here's these metal sculpts. So let's look at the guardsmen. You had a bunch of different metal regiments that you could have. Technically prior to that in 2nd edition Rogue Trader, they had, some plastic inventory. Then it went to the metal sculpts, so a bit more detail, and you had tons of different regiments. And then it basically went to, okay, we're going plastic now, but obviously plastic, but hand sculpted still. And then you got, cool, here's your Cadians, because that's all we're doing in plastic now. Oh, and Catachan, so you got that one. And then they're like, okay, now we're doing like a second redo of plastic, but now it's all CAD sculpted and it's a lot more detailed, and plastic technology is obviously improved. So you're getting better detail, much more crisper minis, much more better proportioned in terms of how it's been designed. But as you say, sometimes as part of that, they've almost deliberately, it feels like they've gone, well, we don't want you to have these weapon options anymore. So that even if you were just going to rebase them, we're kind of surreptitiously invalidating your mini via another method, which is quite horrible. And I feel like the problem with this edition especially is we've just had constantly things going to Legend. It's like, cool, Games Workshop don't want to have fine cast minis at all, so they're getting rid of all of that. They don't really want metal anymore, so they're getting rid of most of those. Everything obviously is moving to plastic. Great. And as you say, they're not just giving us a like for like with that plastic stuff, which would be maybe a bit more palatable. But instead they're taking things away from you and sort of forcing you to buy those new things. And I've said it before, I sort of wonder where we'll be in another 10 years time. It's like, cool, we've got these great Tyranid models now, as you were saying. Are they going to re-sculpt Hormagaunts again? Like, I don't think the quality of those minis can really get any better other than a stylistic design change or choice within the game to push the design aesthetics in one direction or another. I don't think the detail can get any better. I don't think people would want the detail to get any better than it kind of currently is. I sort of feel like we're like the peak of the design and the plastic technology, unless they somehow do like, I don't know, pre-colored plastic or, so almost like pre-painted miniatures or something, unless that's the next sort of step forward, or it goes down the 3D printed route. I don't know. But yeah, it's a shame that everything seems, you say, marred by loss of stuff for people's armies. Like, the Imperial agents, it's like, a bunch of Inquisitors have disappeared, but, a bunch of the, Inquisitorial agents are going, like the Demon Host and the Jakera and stuff like that. And it's just like, these things exist in people's collections and have for years, and Games Workshop isn't replacing them. And it's like, I would much rather they do that rather than give us new units. I'd rather, and we never had that in the past, I think, or when it did happen, it was very rare. So obviously things got squatted by the squats, but it was very rare. They'd be like, cool, this unit that exists in your army just no longer gonna be viable anymore. We're just gonna drop it. Because I think before it was like, prior to the chapter house, they always were like, cool, well, even if we don't have the mini, you'll always have the rules for it. It will always still exist. And occasionally like the odd character would disappear here and there. But very rarely would there be examples of entire units just disappearing that had models. You had things like, I don't know, like if you went back to like second and third edition, you had like penile legions and guard, but those models never existed. They were always something you'd have to kit bash anyway. So it was less of an issue, I think.
And I do think this is the thing, isn't it? Because it started, if you remember, I'm not 100% that these are Patient Zero, but World Eaters felt like Patient Zero in the sense that World Eaters came out, and then basically you had World Eaters players posting stories being like, right, okay, so I've collected World Eaters for 10 years. Here's my World Eaters collection. I can't now use any of this. And you'll remember that video because it was doing the rounds in social media. And that was like the beginning of it. Then we moved on to the beginning of 10th edition where they basically went, hey, Space Marine players, all of this is going. And then they finally got around to releasing certain books and then things were missing. So they just started removing stuff through stealth. Again, Dark Angel's book came out. They actually kept a few things, but they lost the Talon Master. They lost regular bikes. Yes, they kept their Black Knights and they kept certain things, but stuff went from Dark Angels. Stuff will be going from Blood Angels. It's highly improbable that they're going to have Tycho. It's highly improbable that they're going to have Corbulo. Those guys are probably going. And we're just seeing this every single release. And again, Agents is a great example.
With Death Watch.
Death Watch. Death Watch players are all mourning the loss of their entire army. And, my friend Jody was round here playing some Spearhead the other day, and he's a Death Watch player. And he was genuinely very, very annoyed at the situation because he's like, well, I've got a big Death Watch army. And, okay, fair enough, I can run them as normal Space Marines. But I don't want to run them as normal Space Marines. I didn't buy a normal Space Marine army. I bought a Death Watch army, and I want to be able to run Death Watch. And it's like, I understand that, I can just run a few Death Watch units, but it's also about the confidence. It's like, are you going to go out with agents, Imperial agents, and buy new Death Watch stuff in the face of what they've done, especially when those Death Watch kits are all firstborn? I wouldn't touch them.
I mean, I did. I bought the box with the Death Watch in because we talked about it before. I love the flyer. I love those Death Watch veterans. I don't have that Inquisitor, so I wouldn't mind it, and I don't have Inquisitorial agents. So overall, it feels like quite a good box for me. But in the back of my mind, I'm a bit like, this is a 6th ed 40k box or 7th ed. When Death Watch first came out, it's like I'll play them in another version of 40k where they're still valid, because you are right. And I've seen people kind of criticize that box set as being a bit of a selling off of old models that are going to basically be defunct in a year's time. And it's like, the flyer probably not, but the Death Watch veterans could well go, probably by next edition at the very earliest, which is like a couple of years away. The Grey Knight Terminators will probably be redone at some point down the line. So obviously not for Sisters. That's probably the one that's all new plastic that's going to stick around for a while.
Yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it? On the basis that... and by the way, as well, obviously a lot of people in 10th edition at the start had the sense of loss where it came to like Guard players or, again, World Eater players. Or
even Forge World or Horus Heresy minis with like Leviathans and Contemptors and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, massively. But I was going to say, I've had my Codex for 3 weeks and now you're telling me you're indexing it. Cheers, GW. This is the thing. These... Oh, yes, yeah. Just feel bad. Even with AOS, I'd had the same thing with the first generation of Stormcast. They've kind of thrown them all out in the bin. And yes, some of them have gotten re-sculpts, and those sculpts are good, and I sort of prefer that style. But a bunch of them have just, the wizard ones have all gone off back to, Azir, and they're never to be seen again. But they're still playable, at least for this edition. In sort of like a Legends format, but it's just constant feel bads after feel bads, and I sort of feel like, I like to think Games Workshop has a vision of where it will be, like where we get to one day, and maybe that game will be better for the pain that we're currently going through of having to get rid of these kits and stuff. But as a customer, it's really terrible. And it's sort of bad consumer practice, but we lose faith in that company. And as you say, sometimes why would you be encouraged to buy a kit if you think, well, they could just invalidate this by the next edition on a whim for whatever reason? Even new kits, like a lot of the Warcry stuff went, and it, that was completely playable in AOS, but isn't really now. Yeah. I think that's the thing. It's like, to me, it just has been that thing that we've just had, loss after loss after loss. And again, by the way, it is heavily rumoured that demons are going, and they're going to go AOS style and put the demons into the Marine books, as in the Chaos Space Marine books. That's heavily rumoured. I hope they don't do that, but I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to basically go Thousand Suns with Zinch Demons. It does make sense. I can see the argument behind it, and I sort of, well, as a demon, if you were a demon player, that is quite terrible. And here's the thing: I don't mind them doing it if there's also still a demon codex as well. That would almost be the best of both worlds. And here's the thing: I've seen people talk about Death Watch where they go, I would quite like it, actually, if they turned around and were like, okay, we heard you, we're still going to give you a Death Watch Codex, but it'll be like in a year's time. Because, you've got your Grey Knight faction, that's still a Codex. You've got your Sisters, that's still a Codex. it's almost an oddity that they've gone with the Death Watch and then go, just have a Space Marine book. I just use that. And because we talked about it before, even though I sort of don't really like the weird kill team sort of structure, it's like that is literally what they've had since the inception of Death Watch as a codex in, I want to say 6th edition. And it's like, so to take that away from players is pretty terrible. Even though I think probably the format of Death Watch now would actually be better, I think, on a personal level at least. Yeah, it's just not a great feeling. And if I'm going to be really, let's say mean, right? Games Workshop, I think, is in a precarious position because at the moment, the thing that holds up 40k at the moment is the sculpts, or Games Workshop in general, right? Is the models are fantastic. Sometimes the rules for the game, not great. I think a lot of people aren't particularly loving 10th edition. Obviously, some people do, but not everyone does. And it's like, if you're not enjoying the game, at the very least, you'd be like, well, there's these cool models, right? And there's these cool sculpts coming out. And it's like, I'll still buy the minis because I love them. But it's like, with all the stuff lately with the Blood Angels or, the sanguinary stuff, you just make you go, oh dear, like, at least make good models, right? if the sculpts are bad and the game is bad, or at least perceived to be bad, that's when I think, they're just not going to sell stuff because people won't buy it. But,
It's been really interesting for me because I've collected Blood Angels for a real long time, right? I don't talk about Blood Angels too often, but I've played them pretty consistently. They're one of my mainstay armies across the time I've been playing 40k. And to me right now, I'm looking at this thinking, how much have I got to invest to be able to continue to play Blood Angels? And the reality is all of my characters are firstborn. I haven't bought the Dante sculpt. I haven't bought the Mephiston sculpt. So I need to redo those really because we're kind of past the point of no return with them. I can't probably continue to use the dinky old sculpts for those. I've got to rebuy Sacred Regard. I've got to rebuy Death Company. I've got to rebuy... It's just that thing where I'm looking at this going, how much have I got to spend? And then also, how much work have I got to put in to be in the same place I am today?
Yeah.
Today,
you've got to redo
it all. Yeah.
I think here's the thing with that, you need to be like, cool, I've got because it's Blood Ravens, isn't it, that you've got rather than Blood Angels?
No, I actually have Blood Angels, yeah.
Oh, as well, okay. Because you just go, cool, if you don't have any Primaris, you can be like, this is my 7th Ed army, or this is my 8th Ed Firstborn army, and you just need to time capsule that army, which is really unfortunate, because it would be nice that it would still eternally be playable, even though that is a bit of an ask, but I feel there's like the real churn of the editions and the churn of the model releases means these models become invalidated much sooner than they would have in previous editions of the game.
I mean, to be fair to them, right? Like, I can still, I'm sure no one is going to stop me. Like, so for example, when I was at RFW a couple of weeks ago and I was playing my Blood Angels, I was running my Assault Marines as Assault Intercessors with jump packs, right? That's what I was doing. They don't, the scale of the miniatures is reduced, but they're on the right base sizes, so it's fine. But the thing is I still had to have conversations with everyone. I had to go, oh, that's a unit of Assault Intercessors with jump packs. And they're like, oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, that makes sense because they're Assault Marines. I was like, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Do they have the jump packs on them?
Yeah, they've got jump packs on them. But the thing is, they're old Firstborn sculpts.
Okay.
And the thing is honestly, everyone there was really cool, really, fine with it. But I did still have to have the conversation. And maybe not everyone's up for that, and maybe not, and people have feel-bads about it. And I think that's the other thing, is that mounting social pressure. If you're someone who wants to attend events and do well, if you turn up to a game in a tournament setting that you're trying to do well at, and something's awry, like the WYSIWYG is wrong or whatever, because you brought an old Singular Guard sculpt, even if you put it on a new base, it's that thing, isn't it, where it's just it's a chink in the armor. It's something that you have to
well, it's like, so all of my Krieg's Watchmasters, which are their equivalent of sergeants, all have las guns because that's how the Forge World models are built. But in the current rules, they're built with the plastic Cadians in mind, or even the plastic Krieg guys in mind, and they have traditional sergeants with like swords and pistols, whether that's las pistols or bolt pistols, and it's like, I can't run my army technically WYSIWYG because they're just not. That's not how they were built, and I don't want to like break up a couple of models' arms and just to make it match the current rules. I'd much rather the current rules were flexible enough to cater for older models. But Games Workshop has a you get what's in the box, and that's it, and there's no deviation. So great for new players getting into the game now, but obviously not great potentially even for them in another 10 years' time when they redo those sculpts and they end up in the same position we are with our existing range. So it's a bit sad that we're in this sort of feel bad moment of 40k.
And AOS, to be fair, as well, right? Like, it's not because obviously we just talked about a bunch of really beautiful new SKAVEN sculpts. There are going to be people out there with their existing SKAVEN range that are going to be like, oh, got to rebuy this stuff. Although weirdly, with the SKAVEN stuff in AOS, I imagine, like, weirdly with the way AOS is and how it plays and the way they've written the rules, I actually think it accommodates this better than 40k does, because 40k still has a WYSIWYG situation. Whereas in AOS, if you've got a unit of Storm Vermin and they're clearly Storm Vermin and they're on the right base, Storm Vermin have a profile. So you don't really care. You're just going to be like, oh, yeah.
True, yeah, because actually WYSIWYG, I mean, it matters a lot less in AOS now based on how they've done their profiles. And to an extent, they've done that a little bit in 40k where it's like, cool, combi weapons for the Stern Guard, for example, are just all one profile, even though there's technically 5 different weapons in there. Same with like, the intercessor rifles are now just like one thing all rolled into one, regardless of which design you've got. So they have done that. Weirdly, shout out to the old world for technically doing it the best, because it's, even though everything's been rebased, they use movement trays. So if you don't want to rebase your minis, you can just use a slightly larger movement tray, or a movement tray with the squares cut out with the right spacing in to make it work. So all your models can still be valid regardless of basing sizes, which is kind of a nice touch. And it's interesting. Obviously, Old World's going through that problem of, well, not problem, but the thing of bringing back old models that have been defunct for years in the fantasy setting.
Well, you've got that now, haven't you, by bringing the dwarves back out of retirement and going through all that stuff. I mean, that's beautiful to behold, but amazing that, like you say, they're so compatible with that game system, which is great.
Yeah. It's been fun. So I recently dug Map Loft to just see what I had as a collection, and then I've been using, I think, the Old World Builder, I think it is, which is like a web app for just some list building to see what an army could possibly look like, and then see what rules are attached to that and stuff like that. So it's and it's a nice sort of nostalgia trip, and me going, oh cool, maybe I want to get some. I got a couple of the new minis, so the Prince Ulfa's regiment, which is with like these mercenary ones, which I've wanted for years, and it's great that they brought them back. Very expensive, obviously, but sort of cheaper than the eBay prices, so I didn't mind it too much. But the regular eBay prices for some stuff I do want that you can't get, because my army is very 3rd and 4th edition fantasy dwarves. So a bit of a mix of styles, I would say, because a lot of the 4th stuff's the Marauder miniature style, which I really like. But yeah, just say they're obviously very different from the plastic ranges of the kind of, let's say, current fantasy that they're pushing for the plastics. And here's the thing: I think Old World's going to do a similar thing, right? I think this edition of Old World is all about bringing back the existing plastics and the old, some of the old metal stuff. And that will be like Horus Heresy 1, where it was all like resin. And I think once, potentially when Heresy, not necessarily winds down, but winds down there, we're making plastic stuff, that I can see there being like a second edition of the old world where it's like, cool, we're actually going to now redo everything in plastic as like new sculpts. And we're going to give you like the cool new minis. I could see that happening, but obviously like in years and years time, them doing that. But for now, they're doing that kind of nostalgia thing and allowing people to play with their existing army. So it's like, cool, I get to play with my old dwarf army now, but in 10 years time, is there going to be brand new plastic dwarves from the Specialist Games studio? And it's like, will I want that army instead? I mean, potentially. But currently, no. I'm enjoying the idea of just getting some use out of some old minis.
Yeah. But yeah, I think, anyway, in summary, I think it's very interesting where we find ourselves at the moment. And I do think it's understandable why there is anxiety, but also aggravation within the community towards GW and these decisions, because ultimately, yeah, by creating situations where you're essentially consistently invalidating people's collections that they've invested not just money into, but time, it's a very, very, very slippery slope. And I think that's the thing. It's like, there's only so much more of this that people are going to be willing to take before they lose faith in it. And again, the big reason why Games Workshop is able to sell you a box of plastic for 50 quid that builds 3 miniatures of a relatively small size is because of that sort of social contract, that goodwill between you and the company, the perceived value, not just in terms of what you're going to get from this as a modeling, painting experience, but also what you're going to get from this as a gaming experience and all the life-enhancing things that brings together. But ultimately, if that contract between you and them starts to waver and that you ultimately get to a place where you're not happy about the deal that you're getting, you're just going to stop wanting to invest. And I think that's what we're seeing with a lot of this frustration is I think people are just sick and tired of being told that they have to rebuy everything every time. And I think that's the thing.
Yeah, and it isn't. Yeah, I completely agree. And it's not like it's rebuying every 10 or 20 years, which is sort of what it used to be. It's now like potentially every 5 years or less. I mean, with the Stormcast stuff, it is just about 10 years. With the, it's like, how much are they going to get you to buy new stuff? And it feels more transparently like we're making these choices to almost make you buy new stuff rather than it just being, well, you know, the models just look better this way, or there's some, you know, more artistic reason for, you know, stuff gets bigger to look better. So the base sizing bit, I can be a bit more forgiving, but when they're like, well, we've not given you these weapon options that you might have had before, for whatever reason, that feels a bit more you're manipulating me deliberately to buy the new miniatures. And as you say, for forever since being a hobbyist at Games Workshop, it's always felt like these models are pretty much going to be valid forever or for a very long period of time. And unfortunately, some stuff like the Warcry stuff, they've been sculpts that have only been around for a couple of years and then they've gone. And I think that is the breakdown of that contract where you go, oh, geez, right, okay. I've now got to look at every purchase and be like, do I want this as a model or do I want it as a gaming piece? Because if I just want it for a gaming piece, like, it might not be around in a couple of years' time, or by the time I get around to painting it, because everyone has big piles of shame of stuff. It takes a long time to build an army up and get it painted.
Because if I think back to like 2nd edition through to 7th, 8th edition, I can't really think of too many instances before 8th edition where stuff was getting taken away. And 8th edition, to be fair as well, only very lightly started to do that. It was really 9th edition where it all started happening, where the Legends concept really came to the fore.
Well, it was a lot of Forge World stuff initially, but now it's like Games Workshop stuff. Obviously, the squats between, I mean, they technically had rules in 2nd edition as like an index, but then they never got a codex. So that was like the first big one. And it was iconically squats as the first big thing, and that's why it was always called that. And you know, I don't think there was anything really for a very long time. Like even Sisters of Battle, while they weren't really supporting the model range whatsoever, they still always got a rules update of some form, even if it wasn't always in an actual like kind of codex. Sometimes it was like a PDF or an EPUB release.
So the only meaningful example I can think of, at least in 40k, was Drakari, because Drakari got or rather Dark Elder as they were at the time, got a range refresh in 5th edition 40k, having not had an update since 3rd edition, the start of 3rd edition. And during that time, that transitional period, you could still use your old Dark Elder with the new Dark Elder Codex, but they had removed some units in the transition. So the most notable was Vect. So there used to be a Vect miniature riding in a kind of pimped out raider. That got discontinued. There was also a second succubus character that I forget the name of, but she also got removed as well. But bar that, everything remained. But they removed those 2 kits. In terms of Guard, there was definitely some like named characters like Colour Sergeant Kell. He disappeared off at one point. But in the case of Guard, they only got rid of the stuff that didn't have miniatures. They
never
really got.
No, he was a miniature.
But he never went. He never went until.
After Cajun when he died.
Edition,
did maybe.
He had rules in 8th edition. I think they got rid of it.
But they did have Kazakins, which then or Stormtroopers. Well, Kazakins and then Stormtroopers, and then I think they disappeared from the rules for a while.
Yeah, but
then they had Scions.
Tempestus Scions, that was sort of like the workaround with them.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there's very rare times when I think even though they didn't have Rough Rider minis for a really long time, they still always had them in the rules.
Yep, they were always in there. Yeah. They were all the way up till 8th.
Yeah, I think, as you say, I feel like it's a very modern Games Workshop problem where they've gone, we only want stuff that we sell, so we're not going to have rules for, option, even kind of converting options for the most part, unless it comes in the box. Which I think, sometimes they've been quite given Space Marines a bit of a leeway on that, where they've still given you options that don't come out the box, but then they've tried to give us more war gear options in the box with the latest like Space Marine captains and stuff like that. It's just like this sort of trickle down of all these different like internal policies that they're doing, and it's like, cool, okay. You've got to have what's in the box. Okay, cool. So all the miniatures exist to have rules. So there's none of the old stuff's really there. But then, okay, now we want to get rid of all the fine cast and the metal stuff. So that's going, but we're not resculpting any of that. So, okay, now they're going. And then it's like, okay, the Horus Heresy stuff, we don't want that to be compatible with 40k. So that's now going as well. And then it's like, oh yeah, we've got, just a bunch of old firstborn stuff because we're primarisifying. Okay, so that's going as well. It's just like one thing after another, and it's just quite wearing. So apologies that this is a bit of a rant, but you make a completely valid point in your initial assertion, Dan. And it's just not it doesn't feel great as an addition to be excited about stuff when a lot of people are having their armies invalidated in one form or another. And because it isn't just, it's not like a trading card game where I've just bought a pack of cards and it's cool. Okay, one of them's super overpowered, so it's not playable in the tournament. It's like, no, I've had to literally build this model, maybe convert it up, and then spend hours and hours of my free personal time painting it up as well. And it's that sort of blood, sweat, and tears that makes the hobby very personable, but also makes people very passionate about the ownership of those miniatures, and then also getting the perceived value of it in terms of being then able to play it in games. Because obviously it's like, I've got value for money out of it in terms of the time I've spent building and painting it, because I enjoy that process, but not everyone does. And people ultimately want those miniatures, for the most part, to play them in games. And if they're not then able to do that, that's when it becomes a bit problematic. Because it's like, even if it's 10 years old, it's still a cool model. It's like I still want to be able to use them. And worse still when it comes to Forge World, because it's like very expensive to get hold of those things.
That's the thing, right? From 3rd edition 40k onwards till the end of 7th, if you had a tactical squad that you bought in 3rd edition 40k, you were still able to use it in 7th edition 40k. Yeah, sure, maybe if it was the standard plastic kit, it only had a flamer and it only had a missile launcher, and the sergeant only had a bolt pistol and a chainsaw.
But it was still playable, and it was still WYSIWYG.
Totally playable. And you paid the points for it as well. So it wasn't like... And that was the thing. So you were like, okay, that's fine. And then similarly, so all these things, right? Like everything that you were buying in 3rd edition was still relevant and playable in 7th edition. So they went 4 editions, or 5 editions total, because 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, so there's 5 editions total, literally with, supporting miniatures the whole way through. So that period of time was, what was that? I think 3rd edition came out in 97, and then I think 8th edition came out in 2017. So they went 20 years of supporting a range of miniatures that kind of existed in perpetuity for 20 years. And then in the last, not even 10 years, Phil, that literally in the span of 8 years, or not even 8 years, 7 years, they've invalidated loads of it. And it's like, oh, okay, it's a bit of a pill, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's the thing. I think a lot of people will buy new minis because it's
be included.
It looks cooler, it's a better size, or maybe it's got better war gear, and you now go, oh, cool, I want these maces over the swords, or whatever it might be. And I think a lot of people are quite happy to constantly maintain, especially if they just collect one army. They're happy to maintain it, collect it, and update it when new minis come out. But at the same time, people don't want to be forced into doing that, and I think that's the problem, where even if that's not always what's happening, it's the perception that is what's happening to them, and it's like, oh great. And it's it isn't a cheap hobby either. The models, even the plastic Games Workshop ones, are still quite expensive. So it's like, it's a tough pill to swallow, unfortunately.
And, not least as well, we didn't even really get into this, but, we've talked a lot about it already, so we can probably wrap it up. But even like the way they change how these things work in game, it's like, I have 9 Talos in my Drakari collection. 9 Talos. Do you know how many Talos I can put in an army of Drakari today?
I would have thought...
The answer is 6. So they changed Talos from a 3-person unit, a 3-monster unit, to a 2-monster unit.
Yeah. Well,
so I have 9 Talos. Now I've got basically 3 pointless Talos.
Yeah, I mean, there was very few people that had it, but, some people had, 9 winged hive tyrants for super competitive play, and then it went down to 3. And obviously that was... I don't really feel too sorry for those people, because they were leaning very hard into the competitive thing. But there have been, as you say, there have been times where people have just collected an army of something and they've gone, we're going to stop that from happening there.
Well, it seems like, I don't know, like Genestealers for mid players or whatever, like they've capped those at, well, what was it on Pure Strain? They've capped them at 10, haven't they? So
yes.
It's like, so it's like, I don't know, I'm a GSC player with 30, well, maybe, I don't know, 40 Genestealers. It's like, oh, well, can only have 30 of those now. It's just that thing where it's like, because again, I mean, another probably, because the 9 Talos was obviously a specific vibe, but I had 6 Warwalkers, and I can now only legally take 3.
Oh, really? They're great. And it's weird because they're very much like Sentinels, which can run squad, so you would have thought. Yeah.
But they made them one vehicle things, one vehicle units.
I mean, I'm surprised they honestly haven't done that to like the Lehman Russes, when they've sort of always given them a pass by having them as separate.
Could you imagine though if they did that? And ways. Could you imagine if they created a set of circumstances where you can only take 3 Lehman Russes? It'd be like, what the heck are you doing? Like, but that is what they have done on some things, and it's just very. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Basically, it was good to talk about it, good to get into it. Blood Angels, I mean, there's a lot to lament with the Blood Angels. No, direct reference to Lamenters, but I think that's the thing. Like, it's funny, right? I was relatively okay with the fact that they made Death Company an upgrade sprue, but I understand why Blood Angels players are sad that that's gone, because a lot of people. And I have done more of a deep dive into the Death Company lore. And, it makes sense, right, that they're a bit ornate in the sense that, like, their brothers kind of want them to do this heroic last deed, and they want them to be remembered as blood angels and heroes. Yeah, exactly. So I get it, but I also get why it's okay doing it like this as well. And I actually quite like the minimalist approach, but I understand why others don't. But it's like, okay, cool. Death Company is not its own kit. The Death Company Dreadnought, and by extension, Librarian Dreadnought, Furioso Dreadnought, is all, by all accounts, going. They've given us new Singlery Guard that aren't as good or aren't quite up to snuff. The Sanguinor model's a bit underwhelming. Astaroth's a bit underwhelming. And even though you and I quite liked the Lamarte's model, most people seem to not enjoy his ball and gag and all his ball gag and all that sort of weird stuff that's going on with him. Although I actually quite like that sculpt, but people seem to be less keen on it. So, yeah, it just feels like the Blood Angels are a miss. And the problem is Blood Angels are such an iconic, cool faction. It's just a shame that this hasn't been a resounding success for them, because it feels like getting the Blood Angels wrong is a big L.
Yes, yeah. It's fine to, mock the designs of the odd generic Space Marine thing like the ATV or the, was it not Hellblasters, the Desolation Marines?
Yeah, the T-shirt cannons.
Because it's like, cool, it's just a unit. You're not required to have it no matter how good the rules are. But when it is literally the core identity of your entire army, because it's the majority of those sculpts, that's like a big deal. And it's, be interesting to hear from Blood Angel players if they will be like, well, actually, I'm just going to keep my old army and I'm not necessarily going to update it. I've seen actually lots of people go, well, actually, I did my own Sanguinary Guard conversions last year and I kit bashed them, and maybe people will go down that route. And I think, encouraging people in the hobby to kind of kit bash and convert is absolutely great, and that would be awesome. I sort of wish Games Workshop gave us the leeway to do that more in terms of rules. But yeah, maybe that's what people need to do.
Yeah, I agree. I was talking to my friend Sam, who plays Blood Angels, and he said the same. He said he was like waiting to see what the new Sanguinary Guard looked like before making the decision to either convert his own or buy them. And now he's seen them, he's like, I'll just convert my own.
Well, here's the thing. I used the old Sanguinary Guard torsos to kit bash my Inceptor Captain and a couple of the Primaris Lieutenants. So it does require a tiny bit of work in terms of green stuffing the sides to make the joins work. But it's like you could buy the old sculpts and put them on the Primaris, and they've got nipples and they've got some little filigree bits of detail on them, so they're a bit more ornate than the new sculpt. So by all means, you can kit bash and convert away, and I would personally suggest that.
Nipples equal ornate. That is the overarching statement that we're going to take away from this. All right, brilliant. Well, there you go. That was episode 187 of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. Any final thoughts, Phil? Or should we just say goodbye?
We have had enough final thoughts, I feel like, so we should say goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Goodbye.
Bye-bye-bye.